Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I remember the first time I laid eyes on Parkview Apartments. The building wasn't particularly remarkable, a 6-story structure with faded brick exterior and balconies that hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint in years. But there was something about the way it stood against the autumn sky that afternoon, something that made me pause as I approached with my notepad in hand. The air carried the faint scent of fallen leaves mixed with city exhaust, a peculiar blend that would forever remind me of this case. My name is Detective Morgan Reeves, and after 15 years with the department, I thought I'd seen everything. But case files have a way of surprising you, of revealing the darkness that can hide behind the most ordinary doors. Apartment 6C had been vacant for nearly 3 years, not unusual in a building like this where tenants came and went with the seasons. The maintenance request that came through that Tuesday morning had been routine. Prepare the unit for new tenants, check for leaks, replace light bulbs, the usual. What wasn't usual was the call I received at 2:17 p.m. from a maintenance worker whose voice trembled so badly I had to ask him twice to repeat himself. There's a freezer, he'd said, chained shut in the corner of the living room. As I drove to the scene, raindrops began to speckle my windshield, gentle at first, then more insistent, as if nature itself was setting the mood for what awaited me. The lobby of Parkview smelled of industrial cleaner and cigarettes that residents had snuck despite the building's no-smoking policy. The elevator hummed as it carried me to the 6th floor, the sound oddly comforting in its monotony. The hallway to 6C stretched longer than it should have. Yellow police tape already blocked the doorway, and Officer Chen nodded at me as I approached. He'd been first on the scene, and the paleness of his face told me everything I needed to know before I even stepped inside. "Forensics is already in there," he said quietly. "Coroner's on the way." The apartment was sparsely furnished, a worn couch against one wall, a coffee table with watermarks etched into its surface, a dusty floor lamp in the corner. Everything was covered in a thin film of neglect. The air felt heavy, stale, as if it had been holding its breath for years. My shoes left impressions in the dust as I crossed to where 3 technicians in white coveralls were gathered around a large commercial freezer. The freezer itself was industrial grade, the kind you'd find in a restaurant kitchen. It stood about chest high, humming softly despite its age. Around its lid, a heavy chain had been wrapped multiple times and secured with a padlock that looked relatively new compared to the appliance. Someone had been maintaining that lock even while the apartment gathered dust. "We haven't opened it completely," said Ramirez, the lead forensic technician. Her voice was steady, professional, but her eyes betrayed her, just enough to confirm we needed you here. I nodded and slipped on gloves. The chain had already been cut, the links lying on the floor like metallic serpents. Together, Ramirez and I lifted the heavy lid. Cold air rushed out, carrying with it the unmistakable sweet-sour scent of preserved decay. Inside, wrapped in what once had been a blue fleece blanket but now appeared gray with time and frost, was a bundle roughly the size of an adult human. I didn't need to unwrap it to know who was inside, but it wasn't the body that made my breath catch in my throat. It was the photo album. Placed carefully atop the blanket-wrapped form was a leather-bound album, its corners frosted but otherwise perfectly preserved in the freezing temperatures. With careful hands, I lifted it out and placed it on the kitchen counter. The pages were stiff with cold but intact. As I turned them, a life unfolded before me. A smiling woman with chestnut hair and eyes that crinkled at the corners. birthday celebrations with balloon-decorated rooms, holiday gatherings with people whose faces grew familiar as I turned each page. The woman aging subtly across the images, laugh lines deepening, hair occasionally changing styles, but always that same rich brown. Her name, according to captions written in flowing script, was Alina. The album documented what seemed to be the last 10 years of Alina's life. Vacations, friendships, everyday moments preserved in glossy 4x6 prints until the final page. The last photograph showed a man in his 50s, balding but distinguished, standing proudly in front of apartment unit 6C. He wore a maintenance uniform with a tag that read manager, and his smile reached nowhere near his eyes. I knew his face. I'd seen it just 20 minutes earlier in the building's main office, when he'd handed me the keys to the apartment with hands that shook just slightly too much. Howard Gaines had been building manager for nearly 12 years. He'd handled the rental of Unit 6C to Alina Mills. He'd filed the paperwork when she moved out suddenly 3 years ago. He'd kept the apartment unavailable despite interested tenants, citing plumbing issues that never seemed to get resolved. And according to phone records we would later obtain, he'd been the one to call in the maintenance request that morning, after learning that the building's ownership had changed hands and all vacant units were to be renovated immediately. The freezer had been plugged in the entire time. Electric bills showed consistent usage, paid through the building's master account, a perfect cold tomb hidden in plain sight. As I stood in that kitchen, the photo album opened before me, I could almost hear the walls whispering their secrets. 3 years of silence while Alina lay just feet away from the hallway where neighbors passed daily. 3 years of Howard coming to check on his secret, perhaps standing where I now stood, perhaps speaking to her as if she could hear him through the freezer's sealed lid. When we brought Howard in for questioning that evening, he sat across from me in the interrogation room with the strange calmness that often accompanies the relief of being discovered. The weight of maintaining his secret had perhaps become too much to bear. She was going to leave, he said finally, after hours of silence. After everything I did for her, she was just going to leave. His confession came slowly, like ice melting drop by drop. His obsession with Alina had grown over the years of their casual acquaintance. The maintenance calls he'd answer personally in her apartment, the spare key he'd never returned, the way he'd interpreted her politeness as something more meaningful. When she'd given notice that she was moving to another state for a job opportunity, something in Howard had fractured. The man who had spent his life maintaining things couldn't bear to see Alina break what he believed they had built. The medical examiner would later confirm that Alina had died of asphyxiation. Howard had been waiting in her apartment that night, had confronted her about her plans to leave. In his mind, he'd merely been holding her, trying to make her understand. The freezer had been a panicked afterthought, a way to keep her close. The photo album was his creation, a collection of images he'd taken himself over years, some from a distance, others from maintenance visits, all carefully arranged to tell the story of a relationship that existed only in his mind. That final photo, the one of him standing before her apartment, had been taken the day after he'd locked the freezer. As rain continued to drum against the windows of the precinct, I closed the file on Alina Mills. Justice would be served in the courts, but some questions would remain unanswered, floating in the spaces between what we know and what we can prove. Sometimes I drive past Parkview Apartments on my way home. The building has been renovated now, its brick facade cleaned, its balconies repainted. New residents come and go, unaware of what once happened in Unit 6C, but I know that behind the fresh paint and modern fixtures, the walls still hold their secrets. And sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I wonder about the neighbors who had lived alongside that freezer for 3 years. Had they ever felt a chill when passing by 6C? Had they ever paused, sensing something wasn't quite right? Or had they simply continued on their way, reminding themselves that some doors are better left unopened? The truth, like a leaner, had been there all along, silent, waiting, preserved in the cold. Story 2. The first thing I noticed when I entered Meredith Fowler's apartment was the silence, not the absence of sound that would have been less conspicuous. This was a deliberate silence, the kind that settles after something significant has occurred. The gentle hum of the air conditioning unit provided the only rhythm in the room, pulsing softly like a mechanical heartbeat against the stillness. I removed my jacket and placed it carefully over the back of a kitchen chair, my movements measured and quiet as if respecting the apartment's hushed atmosphere. The morning light filtered through partially drawn blinds, casting long, thin shadows across the hardwood floor, nature's own prison bars temporarily tattooed onto the polished surface. "The bathroom's this way," Detective Simmons murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. I followed her down the narrow hallway, noting the framed photographs on the wall. Meredith smiling on a beach, Meredith hugging what appeared to be her sister, Meredith holding up a diploma. Moments of joy preserved in time, creating a stark contrast to what awaited us. The bathroom door stood ajar, a slice of artificial light spilling into the hallway. I stepped inside, immediately struck by the meticulousness of the space. Everything was in perfect order: folded towels, arranged toiletries, spotless mirror. Unlike most crime scenes I'd documented over my 15 years as a forensic photographer, there was no immediate sign of struggle or violence. "Look at this," Simmons said, pointing to the mirror above the sink. It's what she found after following the instructions. I approached the vintage medicine cabinet carefully. It was partially open, revealing a small cavity in the wall behind it, a hollow space not meant to be discovered. Wedged inside was a small leather-bound journal, its edges worn smooth from frequent handling. It wasn't Meredith's. "We haven't removed it yet," Simmons explained. "Wanted your documentation first." I nodded, setting up my camera with practiced ease, the familiar weight of it in my hands providing comfort against the growing unease settling in my stomach. As I adjusted the lens, I couldn't help but think about Meredith waking up that morning 1 week ago, discovering those words carved into her skin, "Check behind the mirror." The cuts had been shallow, according to the preliminary report, made while she slept, likely with a fine razor blade. The perpetrator had used just enough pressure to leave legible letters without causing serious injury. A message not meant to harm but to direct, to lead her to this hidden journal. "She called us immediately after finding it," Simmons continued, her voice a monotone melody in the quiet bathroom. "Said she didn't recognize the handwriting, didn't know how long it had been there. The apartment was hers for 3 years, but the cabinet looks older." I took several shots of the medicine cabinet, the hidden compartment, the journal in situ. Close-ups, wide angles, every possible perspective that might later prove significant. Through my viewfinder, details always seemed more pronounced. The slight discoloration of the wall around the hidden cavity, suggesting it had been opened recently after years of being sealed. The almost imperceptible fingerprints on the mirror's edge, not just Meredith's, we would learn later. "Has she remembered anything else about that night?" I asked, lowering my camera. Simmons shook her head slowly. "Nothing. She took her usual sleep medication, went to bed around 11. No unusual sounds, no sensation of anyone entering her room, just woke up with those words carved into her skin. After finishing with the bathroom, we moved to Meredith's bedroom. The bed was unmade, sheets tangled as if she'd left in a hurry. On the nightstand sat a half-empty glass of water and an orange prescription bottle. Ambient, a common enough sleep aid, but known for its sometimes unusual side effects. Deep sleepers under its influence might not notice an intruder, especially one moving with deliberate care. I photographed the bedroom methodically, the window with its intact lock, the doorframe showing no signs of forced entry, the bedside rug with its subtle indentation of footprints, not Meredith's size. The journal, I said finally, as we prepared to leave. What was in it? Simmons hesitated, her usually impassive expression flickering briefly with something that resembled concern. Names, she said, dozens of them, all women, all with dates beside them, some going back 15 years. She didn't need to elaborate, we both knew what that likely meant. 2 days after processing Meredith's apartment, I was called to a second scene. Another woman, another apartment across town. Another message carved into skin, this time on her upper arm. Look under the floorboard by the radiator. Another hidden journal, identical to the first, with more names. By the end of the week, there had been 5 more. Each woman living alone, each taking prescription sleep medication, each waking to find directions etched into their skin. Each discovery revealing another piece of a puzzle neither of us had known existed until now. The forensic evidence was minimal but consistent, partial fingerprints matching an unknown subject, microscopic fibers from black cotton gloves, traces of a common sedative different from what the women were prescribed. But it was the journals that told the real story, a methodical record kept by someone who had been watching, waiting, collecting information on vulnerable women for years. It's like he wanted to be caught, Simmons mused as we sat reviewing photographs in the precinct's dimly lit evidence room. Why else lead us to his trophies? I didn't answer immediately, studying instead the image on my screen. The latest journal, open to a page with today's date written neatly at the top, followed by a blank space. A name yet to be added. He's not trying to be caught, I said finally, the realization settling over me like a cold shadow. He's transitioning, moving from observer to participant. These aren't confessions, they're invitations. The department assembled a task force that night. Officers were dispatched to interview every woman named in the journals who could still be located. Many had moved away, some had changed their names through marriage, and a few, a disturbing number in fact, could not be accounted for at all. Meredith Fowler had gone to stay with her parents in Connecticut, understandably shaken. The other women who had received the carved messages were under protection, though most had chosen to leave the city temporarily. Our unknown subject had gone quiet for 3 days now. The silence was more unsettling than the steady pattern of discoveries had been. On the 4th day of silence, I received a call from Simmons at 3:17 a.m. "You need to come to Riverside Park," she said, her voice tight, "northern end by the boat basin." I arrived 20 minutes later, the pre-dawn air hanging heavy with moisture from the Hudson. The park was cordoned off, blue and red lights painting the trees in alternate flashes. Simmons met me at the perimeter, her face drawn with fatigue. "It's him," she said without preamble. 2 joggers found him on a bench, posed like he was watching the river, wrists slashed, but that's not what killed him. Self-administered overdose of the same sedative found in the victim's systems. She led me to the scene where crime scene technicians worked quietly around a figure seated on a park bench. He was middle-aged, unremarkable in appearance, dressed in dark clothing. Beside him on the bench lay a leather-bound journal, identical to those we had found hidden in the women's apartments. "This one's different," Simmons said, gesturing to the journal with a gloved hand. "It's a confession of sorts." His name was Edward Merrick, worked as a property manager for 3 different apartment complexes over the past 15 years, had keys to every unit. I photographed the scene with mechanical precision, my mind processing the implications. Access to their homes, knowledge of their routines, opportunity to observe without detection. The perfect voyeur. "There's something else," Simmons added, her voice lowered. "The last entry, it's about you." My fingers froze on the camera. "What?" She nodded toward the journal. "Says he's been watching you document his messages. Calls you the one who sees through my eyes. Says you'll understand why he did this." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the early morning air. Had he been watching me as I photographed his hidden journals? Had he seen me through windows, followed me from scenes? The final page of Merrick's journal contained a single sentence, written in the same meticulous handwriting as all the others. "Check your medicine cabinet mirror." I haven't returned to my apartment yet. As I sit in this all-night diner, watching dawn break over the city, I can't stop thinking about what might be hidden behind my own mirror. Another journal, perhaps, with my name already written inside. Or something worse. Something meant just for me, the one who saw through his eyes, documenting the breadcrumbs he left for us to follow. My coffee has gone cold, but I barely notice. The waitress offers a refill with a tired smile. I accept, though I know I won't drink it. In a few hours, Simmons and a team will accompany me home. We'll discover what Edward Merrick left for me to find. Until then, I watch the city wake up around me, wondering how many other Edward Merricks are out there, observing, recording, waiting for the right moment to carve their messages into unsuspecting skin. Some mysteries don't end when you identify the perpetrator. Sometimes that's just the beginning of a much darker puzzle. Story 3. I've been an investigator long enough to know when something isn't right. There's a feeling, a quiet disturbance in the air when patterns break. That Tuesday evening in November had that feeling, hanging over me like a thin fog as I sat alone in my study, the lamp casting a soft amber glow across my desk. Outside, the wind whispered through bare branches, creating shadows that danced across my window. My tea had gone cold beside my keyboard. It was nearly midnight when the email arrived. No notification sound, no special alert, just the quiet appearance of a new message at the top of my inbox. I almost scrolled past it, my eyes heavy with the fatigue that comes from reviewing case files too long. Then I saw the name. Rebecca Winters. My sister had been missing for 3 years, 2 months, and 17 days. The investigation had gone cold after 14 months. The search parties had stopped after 6 weeks. The news coverage had faded after 3. But Rebecca's name remained there, suddenly present in my inbox, as impossible as footprints appearing in snow that's been untouched for hours. I felt my heartbeat change rhythm, becoming slower but more forceful. My fingertip hovered over the trackpad, trembling slightly. When I finally clicked to open the message, the subject line was empty, a blank space where words should have been. The body contained only 9 words. "Why did you stop looking? I never stopped watching you." Attached was a single image. As it loaded, I recognized my own home, the pale blue clapboard siding I'd painted myself last spring, the flower boxes under the windows now empty for winter, the oak tree in the front yard with its lower branches pruned where they had started to scrape against the roof. Everything was exactly as I had left it that morning, except for one detail. My front door stood wide open. The timestamp on the photo read 9:47 p.m. I checked my watch. It was now 11:52 p.m. 2 hours ago, someone had been outside my home taking this picture while I sat in my office across town. Someone using my dead sister's email account. I opened a drawer and removed my service weapon, placing it on the desk. Then I called dispatch. "This is Detective Winters. I need a unit sent to my residence for a security check." My voice sounded steadier than I felt. "Possible break-in." "No, I'm not on scene. I'm at the station." I gave them the address they already knew and hung up. While waiting for confirmation, I studied the photograph more closely. The porch light was on. I always left it on when I knew I'd be home after dark. There were no visible shadows of someone standing in the doorway, just the darkness beyond the threshold, a perfect rectangle of black against the warm tones of my home's exterior. My phone rang. Officer Paulson, a rookie I'd mentored last year. "Detective, we checked your residence. Door was locked, no signs of forced entry. We did a full sweep, house is clear." The door wasn't open. "No ma'am, locked tight. We used the spare key from the lockbox to enter." I thanked him and disconnected. The email remained open on my screen, the image of my home with its gaping door staring back at me. A digital manipulation, a photo from another time when I might have left the door open, or something else entirely. I clicked on the sender's address, RebeccaWinters@gmail.com, my sister's personal email, an account that should have been dormant for years. I checked the email properties, tracking the IP address. The results showed the email had been sent from a public library in our hometown over 200 miles away. The library would have been closed for hours. Their Wi-Fi, however, often remained accessible from the parking lot. I forwarded the email to our department's tech specialist, then hesitated before sending a reply to my sister's address. "Who is this?" The response came within minutes, as if the sender had been waiting. "You know who. The question is, do you remember what you promised me?" My hand reached unconsciously for the locket around my neck, the matching one to the jewelry Rebecca had been wearing when she disappeared. Inside mine was a tiny photograph of us as children. Inside hers had been a simple handwritten note, "Always find me." It had been our childhood game, hide and seek in the woods behind our parents' house. Rebecca was always better at hiding, but I never stopped looking until I found her. No matter how long it took, no matter how dark it got. "Always find me," she would whisper before running to hide. "I promise," I would answer. Until the day I couldn't find her, the day no one could. 3 years ago, Rebecca had gone hiking alone in Blackwater Ridge. Her car was found at the trailhead. Her backpack was discovered 2 miles in, neatly placed on a rock, but Rebecca herself had vanished, leaving no trace, no trail, no evidence of what had happened. Extensive searches revealed nothing. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed her. I had led my own searches long after the official ones ended. I had interviewed every person who had been on that trail that day. I had followed every lead, exhausted every resource, and eventually I had done the unthinkable. I had stopped looking. And now this email, this impossible message. I replied, "I remember my promise." The response, "Then finish what you started." October 17, Cabin 8. October 17 was the date Rebecca disappeared. Cabin 8 was a ranger station near where her backpack had been found. It had been searched thoroughly multiple times. I checked the image properties again and noticed something I'd missed. Embedded in the metadata was a set of GPS coordinates. When I entered them into the mapping software, they pointed to a location half a mile beyond Cabin 8, off any marked trail, in a dense section of forest that the search parties had combed years ago. I spent the rest of the night pulling the old case files, spreading them across my desk like tarot cards that might reveal a future or a past I couldn't see. By morning, I had made my decision. I called my captain and requested a week of personal leave. I didn't mention the email. I didn't need to explain myself to skeptical colleagues who would insist this was either a cruel prank or my own inability to accept reality. 2 days later, I parked at the Blackwater Ridge trailhead. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the faint sweetness of decaying leaves. I shouldered my backpack, heavier than necessary for a day hike containing supplies for multiple days just in case. My service weapon was holstered at my hip, a familiar weight. The trail looked different in autumn than it had during those frantic summer searches years ago. The canopy above was thinner now, leaves drifting down occasionally to settle on the path before me. As I walked, I felt both dread and hope building with each step, twin pressures in my chest making it difficult to breathe normally. Cabin 8 appeared after 3 hours of hiking. It stood just as I remembered, a simple wooden structure with a sloped roof, its windows dusty but intact. I checked inside, finding it empty as expected. Then I consulted my GPS and set off toward the coordinates from the email. The terrain grew more difficult as I left the trail. Thick underbrush caught at my clothes, and fallen trees created obstacles I had to climb over or duck under. The forest grew quieter the deeper I went, as if holding its breath. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, just the sound of my own measured breathing and the occasional snap of a twig beneath my boots. When I reached the exact coordinates, I found nothing unusual, just a small clearing surrounded by ancient oak trees, their massive trunks testament to centuries of silent witness. I scanned the area carefully, looking for anything man-made, any sign of disturbance in the natural setting. That's when I noticed the shadow beneath the fallen log at the clearing's edge, darker than it should have been. Moving closer, I saw that the log was hollow underneath, creating a small cavity. Inside was a metal box, the kind used for storing ammunition. It was not rusty or weathered, it hadn't been here for years. With gloved hands, I removed it and set it on the ground. The lid opened easily, revealing a single item, a locket identical to mine, Rebecca's locket. Inside was not the childhood photo I expected, but a small key, old-fashioned, possibly for a padlock. Taped to the inside of the lid was a folded piece of paper. When I opened it, I recognized my sister's handwriting immediately. "You finally came. Follow the markers. You're close now." Looking up, I surveyed the clearing again with new eyes. There, a small stack of 3 stones that couldn't have formed naturally. Beyond it, another. They created a path leading deeper into the forest, away from any trail marked on my map. What followed was a journey through increasingly unfamiliar territory. Each marker, sometimes stones, sometimes branches arranged in unmistakable patterns, led to the next. The forest grew denser, the light dimmer as the afternoon progressed. My training told me to mark my own path to ensure I could find my way back. Each time I paused to do so, I felt eyes on me from the shadows between trees. The markers eventually led to a ravine I didn't recognize from any search grid we had established 3 years ago. Descending carefully down its steep side, I found myself standing before something impossible, a small cabin, nearly invisible from above, built into the hillside itself. Its construction suggested it had been here for decades, yet no record of such a structure existed in any Forest Service documentation. The door was secured with a rusted padlock. The key from the locket fit perfectly. Inside was a single room, dusty but not abandoned, a cot with blankets, a small wood stove, shelves with canned goods and supplies, a table with a battery-powered lamp, and everywhere, covering one entire wall, photographs, hundreds of them. Me leaving my house, me at my desk at the police station, me visiting our parents' graves, me leading search parties through these very woods. Years of surveillance, years of watching, and among them older photographs, Rebecca and a man I didn't recognize standing before this very cabin. Rebecca looking different somehow, her smile not reaching her eyes. On the table was a leather-bound journal. The first entry dated 5 years ago, a year before Rebecca's disappearance. I've found somewhere I can disappear, somewhere no one will think to look, the perfect place to wait and watch, to understand if she's worthy of knowing the truth. The final entry was dated yesterday. She's finally coming. After all this time, my sister is coming to find me. I wonder if she's ready to learn what really happened that day. I wonder if she's ready to learn what our parents did, what they were hiding, why they had to be stopped. I wonder if she's ready to make the same choice I did. I heard the cabin door close behind me. I hadn't closed it. I turned slowly, my hand moving to my weapon. Rebecca stood there alive, unchanged, a ghost made flesh. Her expression was both familiar and foreign, like a beloved photograph that's been subtly altered. "You stopped looking," she said quietly, "but I never stopped watching." The questions flooded my mind. How? Why? What truth? What choice? But as I stood there, surrounded by evidence of years of deception and surveillance, only one question formed on my lips. "What did you do, Rebecca?" She smiled then, the same smile from those photographs, the smile that didn't reach her eyes. "The question isn't what I did," she said, taking a step toward me. "It's what we're going to do next." Behind her, I noticed now, stood the man from the photographs. In his hand was something that glinted in the fading light coming through the cabin's small window, and in that moment I realized the email had never been about finding Rebecca. It had always been about Rebecca finding me. Story 4, I remember the first time I noticed something was wrong. It wasn't dramatic, no broken windows or threatening letters, just a notification from my credit monitoring service glowing softly on my phone screen at 2:17 a.m. I almost dismissed it as another false alarm. Almost. "Your identity has been flagged for unusual activity." The blue light of my phone cast shadows across my bedroom as I tapped through the alert, my heartbeat steady but curious. Nothing seemed immediately alarming, just a credit check run in Toledo, Ohio. I'd never been to Toledo. The notification sat there, patient and unassuming, like a small pebble that starts an avalanche. I filed a report online, received a case number, and drifted back to sleep. The ceiling fan spun lazily above me, its gentle whirring masking the sound of my life quietly unraveling in databases across the country. 3 weeks later, I sat in my apartment surrounded by papers, credit reports, bank statements, inquiry logs, all spread across my coffee table like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. The lamp in the corner cast a warm glow that belied the cold feeling spreading through my chest. Something didn't add up. It wasn't fraud in the traditional sense. No maxed out credit cards, no drained bank accounts. Instead, someone was living as me, using my name, my birth date, my social security number. But they weren't destroying my financial life, they were building a parallel one. The first concrete evidence came in the form of a tax transcript I had requested from the IRS. 2 returns had been filed under my social security number last year, one from me in Seattle, another from me in Cincinnati. Both had modest incomes. Both had paid their taxes on time. Both, according to the government, were equally legitimate. I traced my fingers over the Cincinnati address listed on the transcript. The paper felt cool and official under my fingertips. Who lived there, wearing my name like a borrowed coat? The library where I worked was quiet that Wednesday afternoon. Rain tapped gently against the tall windows as I sat at my desk during lunch, phone pressed to my ear, listening to the rings as I called the Cincinnati number I had found associated with my doppelganger. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3. "Hello," answered a woman's voice. My voice. Not exactly my voice, but so similar that for a moment I wondered if some digital echo was playing my own words back to me. The same slight rasp, the same way of lifting slightly at the end of the greeting, turning it almost into a question. "Hello," she repeated, and I felt my throat close up. I hung up, my hands trembling slightly as I placed the phone face down on my desk. The silence of the library suddenly felt oppressive. How could someone sound so much like me? Detective Mercer looked too young to be as tired as he appeared. His office at the Seattle Police Department was small but meticulously organized, case files stacked in precise towers on his desk. The blinds filtered the afternoon sunlight into thin stripes across the room. "Identity theft is complicated," he explained, his pen tapping rhythmically against his notepad, "especially in cases like yours where there's no clear financial damage." I slid the folder of evidence across to him, printouts of apartment rental agreements in Cincinnati, a gym membership, car insurance, all under my name. All discovered through exhaustive phone calls and records requests over the past month. "Someone is living my life in another city," I said. "That has to be illegal." Mercer nodded slowly. "It is, but proving who's doing it, that's the challenge." His pen stopped tapping. "Have you ever been to Cincinnati? Any connections there?" I shook my head. The clock on the wall ticked softly, marking seconds that felt too short, too hurried. "No family there, no old colleagues or classmates." Again I shook my head, but something flickered in my memory, a face I couldn't quite place, a conversation I couldn't fully recall. The detective sighed, creating a small file in his system. "We'll coordinate with Cincinnati PD, but I need to set realistic expectations. These cases can take months, even years." I left the police station feeling both validated and hollow. Someone was listening, but no one was rushing to help. The gray Seattle sky seemed to mirror my uncertainty as I walked to my car, keys clutched tightly in my hand. That night, unable to sleep, I created a map on my living room wall, red pins for every location where my name had appeared in Cincinnati, blue pins for every date of activity, green string connecting related events. It looked like something from a crime show, the wall of an obsessed detective. Maybe I was becoming obsessed. The pattern that emerged wasn't random. This person, this shadow version of myself, had begun using my identity 3 years ago, almost to the day after my father's funeral. My father, who had left Cincinnati 30 years earlier and never spoken of it again. The realization hit me with such force that I sat down on the floor, staring up at my creation. The map seemed to pulse with new meaning now, the strings vibrating with possibilities I hadn't considered. I booked a flight to Cincinnati the next morning. The apartment building was unremarkable, brick and concrete, 4 stories tall, with small balconies dotting its facade like afterthoughts. I parked across the street, watching residents come and go. The autumn air carried a hint of wood smoke as I sat there, wondering which of these strangers was wearing my name. After 3 hours I saw her. I knew immediately, though I couldn't have explained how. She was approximately my age, with similar coloring, though her hair was cut differently. She moved with purpose, carrying grocery bags toward the entrance. My heart beat steadily as I stepped out of the rental car. I didn't have a plan beyond this moment, this confrontation that had consumed my thoughts for weeks. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. She turned, and for a moment I saw a flash of recognition in her eyes, not of me as a person, but of something familiar, something shared. Then her expression closed, her grip tightening on her grocery bags. Yes, her voice, that voice so similar to mine, was cautious now. "I think we need to talk," I said, stepping closer, "about my identity, the one you've been using." She didn't run, didn't deny it. Instead, she looked at me with an expression I hadn't expected, not fear or anger, but a profound weariness. "I wondered when you'd find me," she said simply. "You're earlier than I expected." The apartment was sparsely furnished but clean. No photos adorned the walls, no personal touches beyond a small collection of books on the coffee table. It felt like a place someone lived but didn't inhabit, a way station rather than a home. She made tea in silence, her movements efficient and practiced. I sat at her small kitchen table, watching my own identity move around in another woman's body. "My name is Ellen," she finally said, placing a mug in front of me. "Ellen Winters, that's my real name, not the one I've been using." "Which is my name?" I said, not touching the tea. She nodded once, yes. "Why?" Ellen sat across from me, her hands wrapped around her own mug. Steam rose between us like a veil. "Because of Richard," she said, "your father." The room seemed to tilt slightly as she spoke the name. "My father died 3 years ago," I said. I know, her eyes hazel like mine held steady. He was my father too. The secret, when fully revealed, was both simple and devastating. My father, the quiet, reserved man who had raised me alone after my mother died, had lived a double life for decades. A second family in Cincinnati, a daughter born just 4 months after me. "He gave us both the same name," Ellen said, showing me her birth certificate, "the same first and middle name as mine. He called me Ellie instead of Lisa, so we wouldn't get confused in his mind, I guess." The birth certificate looked official, though the last name was different, my father's middle name used as a surname. A variation just different enough to avoid detection, but similar enough to maintain some connection. "He kept us separate but equal," she continued. "College funds for both of us, visits that never overlapped, 2 Christmas mornings, 2 birthday celebrations. But I never knew about you," I whispered, feeling the foundation of my life shift beneath me. "I knew about you," Ellen said, "always. He kept photos of you in a box he thought I didn't know about." We talked through the evening and into the night, 2 strangers with shared blood and borrowed identities, piecing together the fractured story of a man we both thought we knew. When he died, Ellen explained, she discovered she didn't legally exist. My father had used my social security number for her throughout her life, for school registrations, for her first job, for her first apartment. Everything that required official documentation was filed under my identity, not hers. I couldn't prove I was me anymore, she said as midnight approached, but I could prove I was you. I had been you on paper for years without knowing it. There was no malice in her theft, only desperation, the panic of suddenly becoming a ghost in the system. And perhaps beneath that, a desire to maintain some connection to the father who had divided himself between two lives, two daughters, two versions of the same name. I left Cincinnati 3 days later with no clear resolution. Detective Mercer was waiting for my call, but what would I tell him? That my father's deception had created this mess. That the woman using my identity was trying to exist in a world that had no record of her. The legal implications remained tangled and complex. Ellen's life was built on fraudulent documents, but unraveling them would destroy her completely. My life was mine again. We had agreed she would stop using my information, but the knowledge of her existence had changed everything. Sometimes in the quiet moments before sleep, I think about her voice on the phone that first day. So similar to mine that it seemed impossible we weren't the same person. In some ways, perhaps we are two versions of the same story, told by the same unreliable narrator. I've started keeping a journal of memories about my father, trying to identify which ones might be true and which might be performances. Which trips were actually to Cincinnati, which late-night calls were to his other daughter. The man I grieved was a fiction. The question that keeps me awake now is simpler and somehow more unsettling. If he could rent out my identity so easily, what else about my life isn't really mine? Story 5. I remember the first time I set foot in that house on Maple Street. The late September air carried a slight chill, making the fading leaves rustle against the weathered Victorian fa-death. As a detective with 15 years on the force, I developed what some might call a sixth sense, a quiet knowing when something wasn't quite right. That day, standing on the cracked concrete path leading to the front porch, that feeling washed over me like cold water. It had started as a routine follow-up. The new homeowners, the Wheelers, a young professional couple from the city, had called the station with what my superior had dismissed as new homeowner jitters. But there was something in Mrs. Wheeler's voice when I returned her call that convinced me this warranted a visit in person. "Detective Morris," she had said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We found something unusual in the attic. The real estate agent never showed us the 3rd floor." Now, as I stood in their freshly painted living room with its modern furniture and still-tagged throw pillows, I could see the unease etched into Eliza Wheeler's face. Her husband Thomas stood close beside her, his hand on the small of her back, a gesture of support that couldn't quite mask his own discomfort. "It's upstairs," Eliza said. "We've barely touched it since we found it 3 days ago." The staircase creaked under our weight as we ascended, first to the 2nd floor with its master bedroom and office, then up a narrower, steeper flight to what had once been an attic space. The door at the top was painted a soft baby blue. Thomas hesitated before turning the glass doorknob. "We thought maybe the previous owners had a child," he explained, his voice steady but soft. "But when we looked into the history of the house, we found that the elderly couple before us lived here for 30 years. Before them, a bachelor who inherited it from his parents. We traced it back almost 80 years. No families with infants." The door swung open slowly, revealing what I can only describe as the most perfect nursery I'd ever seen. Afternoon light filtered through gauzy white curtains, casting gentle shadows across a room frozen in time. A white crib stood against the far wall, its mobile of fabric stars and moons hanging motionless above. A changing table, stocked with neatly folded diapers and creams. A rocking chair with a handmade quilt draped over its arm. Everything was immaculate, no dust, no cobwebs, nothing to suggest abandonment. "Look," Eliza whispered, pointing to a baby monitor on the dresser. "It's plugged in." I crossed the plush carpet, careful not to disturb anything. The monitor was indeed connected to an outlet, its small green light indicating it was operational. Next to it sat a silver picture frame, but instead of a photo, it held only the stock image that came with the purchase, a smiling cartoon baby. "Have you heard anything from it?" I asked, keeping my voice low as if we might wake someone. Thomas shook his head. "No, but..." He glanced at his wife, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "The batteries in the parent unit keep draining, even when it's turned off." I noted this detail in my small leather-bound notebook, the scratch of my pen unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Something about the nursery felt both lovingly prepared and deeply wrong, like a stage set waiting for actors who would never arrive. "The closet," Eliza said, nodding toward a white door on the right side of the room. "That's what made us call you." I approached the closet with measured steps, noting the tiny clothes hanging in perfect rows, onesies, little pants, miniature sweaters arranged by color. Shoes too small for any real child lined the floor below, but Eliza was pointing to the back wall of the closet, partially hidden behind the hanging clothes. Moving aside the tiny garments, I saw it, written in blue crayon in the unsteady hand of a child. "He still cries when no one's home." I felt that cold prickle at the back of my neck, the one that had guided me through countless investigations. Stepping back, I surveyed the room again with new eyes. The toys, the crib, the changing table all appeared to be from different decades. The mobile looked handmade, perhaps from the 1950s. The baby monitor was a model from the early 2000s. The crib, with its drop-side design, had been banned for safety reasons years ago. "Have you spoken with any neighbors?" I asked, turning back to the couple who remained in the doorway, as if afraid to fully enter the room. "Mrs. Abernathy next door," Thomas replied. "She's lived here since the 60s, said she never knew of any baby in this house." I nodded, making another note. "I'd like to speak with her if you don't mind." Mrs. Abernathy was a small woman with bright eyes and hands gnarled with arthritis. She served me tea in a chipped cup that probably dated back to her wedding day. When I mentioned the nursery, something flickered across her face, not surprise, but recognition. "Every owner finds it eventually," she said, stirring sugar into her tea with a tarnished silver spoon. "It's been there as long as I can remember, even when old Mr. Fleming lived there alone." "And no one has ever lived there with a baby," I pressed. Mrs. Abernathy's stirring slowed. "Not a living one," she said quietly. She told me then about the house's first owners, the Caldwells, who had lost their infant son to pneumonia in 1942. According to neighborhood lore, Mrs. Caldwell had refused to accept her child's death, continuing to act as if he were alive, talking to him, rocking an empty cradle, buying toys and clothes as he would have grown. "But here's the strange part," Mrs. Abernathy said, leaning forward. "Every family that's lived there since, even the ones without children, they've maintained that nursery. Some claim they heard crying, others just felt compelled to keep it ready. The Flemings, the Nortons, the Reeves, they all added something to that room, like they were caring for someone else's child. When I returned to the Wheeler home the next day, I brought a colleague from the County Historical Society. We spent hours documenting the nursery's contents, cataloging each item and its approximate age. The results confirmed what I had suspected. The room contained objects spanning 8 decades, each seemingly added by a different occupant of the house. I asked the Wheelers if they would allow me to set up some basic recording equipment in the nursery, a video camera, a higher quality audio recorder than the ancient baby monitor. They agreed, though Eliza admitted they'd been sleeping at a hotel since our first meeting. For 3 nights I reviewed the footage each morning, nothing but shadows and the occasional creak of the house settling. The audio recordings, however, were a different matter. Between 2:14 and 2:17 a.m. each night, the sensitive microphone picked up what could only be described as the soft, hiccuping cries of an infant, distant at first, then seemingly right next to the recorder, then fading away again. On the 4th night, I decided to stay in the house myself. The Wheelers gave me their blessing, almost relieved that someone else would confront whatever presence lingered in their new home. I set up in the guest bedroom on the 2nd floor, the baby monitor from the nursery on the nightstand beside me. I must have drifted off around midnight, my notebook still open on my lap. What woke me wasn't a sound through the monitor, but rather its absence. The static that had been a constant background suddenly went silent. The digital clock on the bedside table read 2:13 a.m. With a calmness born from years of facing the unknown, I rose and made my way up to the 3rd floor. The nursery door was closed, though I distinctly remembered leaving it open. As I reached for the handle, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic creaking from within, the sound of someone rocking in a chair. I opened the door slowly. The room was bathed in the faint blue light of the moon through the curtains. The rocking chair moved gently, as if recently vacated, and there, in the center of the crib where there had been nothing before, lay a small blue knit hat. I approached with measured steps, the floorboards cool beneath my bare feet. The hat was old but impeccably maintained, the kind hospitals gave to newborns in the 1940s. Pinned to it was a yellowed note card with a name written in faded ink, Robert Caldwell, Jr. As I stood there holding this tangible piece of history, I felt rather than heard someone enter the room behind me. But when I turned, there was only the empty doorway and the dark landing beyond. Yet the air had changed, become warmer, filled with the indescribable scent that anyone who has held a newborn would recognize. The case file remains open, though there's little more I can officially do. The Wheelers decided to sell the house. They couldn't live with the knowledge of what existed in their 3rd floor nursery. Before they left, Eliza added a small stuffed elephant to the collection in the crib, placing it gently beside the blue hat. "For Robert," she said simply. "The new owners move in next week. I haven't told them about the nursery or about the cries that come at 2:14 a.m. Some things I've learned are discovered in their own time, but I did leave my card with the real estate agent just in case. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I find myself wondering about that house on Maple Street, about the nursery that has been tended by 8 different owners, about the crayon message on the closet wall, and about little Robert Caldwell, who, after all these years, still cries when no one's home. Story 6. I trace my fingers along the faded floral pattern, feeling each bump and imperfection in the old wallpaper. The house is silent save for the occasional settling creak that echoes through the empty hallways. This Victorian home in rural Massachusetts has stood for over a century, watching families come and go, harboring their secrets in its walls. As a cold case investigator, I've learned that houses like these remember things long after people forget. It's been 3 weeks since I started re-examining the disappearance of Alina Matheson, a 32-year-old art restorer who vanished from this very house in the winter of 1998. The case file had gathered dust for over 2 decades, filed away among hundreds of other unsolved mysteries. But something about Alina's story called to me perhaps the strange inconsistencies in witness statements or the peculiar evidence left behind. The hallway I'm standing in now leads to what was once her bedroom. According to the original investigation, her husband Thomas claimed he last saw Alina here, preparing for bed on a Tuesday evening in December. By morning, she was gone. No note, no packed luggage, no withdrawals from their bank account, just gone. I run my hand along the wallpaper again, noticing how it bubbles slightly in one section, as if water damage had caused it to separate from the wall beneath. The original investigators had searched this house thoroughly, or so their reports claimed. Yet something tells me to press against this imperfection, a detective's intuition that has served me well over the years. The aged adhesive gives way easily under my gentle pressure. I find myself carefully peeling back a strip of the wallpaper, revealing what appears to be a smooth, reflective surface underneath. My heart beats a steady rhythm against my ribs as more of the hidden object is exposed. Within minutes, I've uncovered the edges of what is unmistakably a full-length mirror, built flush into the wall and concealed behind the decorative paper. The mirror itself is antique, with an ornate silver frame that is tarnished to a dull gray. Its glass is surprisingly clear for something that has been hidden for what must be decades. I step back slightly, observing my reflection in the newly discovered mirror, the peeled wallpaper hanging in strips around its edges like torn skin. As I stare, a chill creeps up my spine. There's something not quite right about my reflection. The angle of my head, the position of my hands, they seem slightly out of sync with my actual movements. I blink deliberately, and for a fraction of a second, I could swear my reflection's eyes remain open. I shake my head, attributing the discrepancy to exhaustion and poor lighting. This discovery needs to be documented properly. I reach for my phone to photograph the mirror, and as I position the camera, I notice something in the phone screen. My reflection in the mirror has smiled, a subtle curve of the lips that I'm certain I didn't make. My hands tremble slightly as I take several photographs. Then methodically, I pull back more of the wallpaper surrounding the mirror, revealing handwritten notes etched directly onto the wall. Names, dates, strange symbols that make little sense to me. And there, near the bottom corner, a liner with yesterday's date. Yesterday's date, not 1998, yesterday. The case files mention nothing about a hidden mirror. Thomas Matheson never spoke of it in his numerous interviews. None of the officers who searched the house documented finding anything unusual in this hallway. It's as if the mirror simply didn't exist until this moment. I call the department, requesting backup and forensic support. While waiting, I continue examining the area around the mirror, careful not to disturb potential evidence. The floorboards beneath my feet sound hollow when I tap them with my knuckles. Another secret, perhaps, waiting to be uncovered. The original investigation had focused primarily on Thomas Matheson. His alibi for the night of Alina's disappearance was weak, a late-night drive to clear his head, with no witnesses and no receipts to corroborate his story. Yet after months of investigation, no charges were ever filed. Insufficient evidence, the prosecutor had said. The case went cold. Thomas died 3 years ago of a heart attack, taking whatever knowledge he had about Alina to his grave. The house had passed through several owners since then, each staying briefly before selling again. The current owners, an elderly couple named Howard, purchased it 6 months ago but haven't moved in yet, claiming they needed extensive renovations before the house would be livable. As I wait for my colleagues to arrive, I notice something else about the mirror that sends another wave of unease through me. The reflection shows the hallway behind me accurately, except for one detail: a small side table with a vase of fresh lilies that doesn't actually exist in the physical space I'm standing in. I turn around, confirming that there is no table, no flowers behind me. When I look back at the mirror, the table and lilies remain visible in the reflection. My mouth goes dry as I recall from Alina's file that lilies were her favorite flower. The sound of car doors slamming outside pulls me from my trance. Backup has arrived. I step away from the mirror, moving toward the front door to greet them. As I walk away, I catch one final glimpse of my reflection. It doesn't walk with me. It stays watching me leave, head tilted slightly with that same unsettling smile. Forensics would later reveal fingerprints on the back of the mirror matching Alina Matheson's. Ground-penetrating radar would detect a small space beneath the floorboards, a space just large enough to conceal a body. The house would eventually yield its secrets, layer by layer, just as I had peeled away that aging wallpaper. But even now, years later, I still sometimes dream of that mirror and my reflection that moved independently of me. I dream of Alina Matheson and wonder if she too had noticed something wrong with her reflection before she disappeared. I wonder if she had tried to tell someone, only to be dismissed as tired or imagining things. In my line of work, I've learned that the boundary between the explainable and unexplainable is often as thin and fragile as old wallpaper. Sometimes, what we think we know about reality is just a decoration covering something much darker, much older, waiting patiently to be discovered. The case of Alina Matheson is officially closed now. Her remains were recovered, her husband implicated posthumously in her murder. Justice of a sort was served, though too late for Alina. But I still think about that mirror, now stored in an evidence locker, draped with a cloth. I think about how, when they removed it from the wall, they found more writing behind it, hundreds of names, some dating back to when the house was first built. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if somewhere, Alina is still trapped behind that glass, watching, waiting for someone else to peel back the layers between our world and whatever lies beyond the reflection. Story 7. Neighbors thought apartment 9B was empty, but every week someone delivered groceries there. One night the delivery man peeked through the window and saw a dinner table set for two, and one plate always untouched. The next day the groceries were gone, but the second chair had been knocked over. The first time I entered apartment 9B, I noticed the silence. Not the ordinary quiet of an empty room, but something more absolute, a stillness that seemed to have settled in layers, like dust undisturbed for months. The air hung heavy with the lingering scent of lemon cleaning products, masking something else beneath, something almost imperceptible. The building superintendent shifted uncomfortably behind me, keys jangling softly in his weathered hands. Been deliveries coming here every Wednesday like clockwork, he murmured, his voice barely disturbing the quiet. But nobody's seen anyone coming or going, not for months. My footsteps echoed against hardwood floors as I moved deeper into the apartment. Everything appeared meticulously ordered, books aligned perfectly on shelves, couch cushions without a single wrinkle, kitchen counters gleaming under the afternoon light filtering through half-drawn blinds. And there, in the center of the small dining area, stood a table set for two. 2 plates, 2 sets of silverware, 2 glasses, 1 chair slightly askew. When did the tenant move in? I asked, keeping my voice low as if someone might be listening. February, paid 6 months rent up front, cash. The super lingered in the doorway, reluctant to step further inside. Name's Edward Mercer, never met him myself. Management company handled everything. I ran my finger across the dining table's surface. No dust, someone had been here recently. The refrigerator hummed quietly in the kitchen, the only sound breaking the stillness. Inside, I found neatly arranged containers, fresh vegetables, dairy products, meats wrapped carefully in butcher paper, nothing expired, nothing spoiled. The delivery service confirmed they've been bringing groceries every Wednesday for the past 5 months, I said, more to myself than to the superintendent. Always the same order, always paid for in advance, always left outside the door. But it was the note on the counter that caught my attention. Written in elegant, measured handwriting on cream stationery. Catherine, I'll be home late again, don't wait up. Dinner's in the fridge. The date on the note was yesterday. There was no Catherine listed on the lease. I moved through the apartment methodically, the way I'd been trained. Bedroom, king-sized bed made with hospital corners, left side clearly slept in, right side untouched. Bathroom, single toothbrush, men's toiletries neatly arranged. Closer, men's clothes only, organized by color and type. No sign of a woman living here, no sign of Catherine. The delivery man, I said, turning back to the superintendent. Tell me exactly what he saw. The old man shifted his weight, eyes darting around the apartment. He said he shouldn't have looked, said it wasn't his business, but something felt off, you know, so one night he glanced through the window when he dropped off the groceries. Said he saw a man sitting at that table eating, table set for 2, but only him there. Said the second plate was filled with food, like someone was about to eat, but no one ever came. And the chair, I prompted gently. Next morning he came back, curious, I guess, peeked again. Groceries were gone from outside the door. The second chair was knocked over, like there'd been, I don't know, a struggle maybe. I examined the chair in question. No damage, no scuff marks on the floor, just slightly out of alignment with the table. Has anyone reported a missing person? Anyone named Catherine? The superintendent shook his head slowly. Not that I know of, but then again, if she never officially lived here. I opened the hall closet next and found it surprisingly empty except for a single item, a woman's coat hanging in the far corner. Red wool, expensive. I checked the pockets, nothing. But when I lifted the collar to check for a label, a long blonde hair clung to the fabric. The bedroom closet revealed nothing similar, no women's clothes, no women's shoes, just Edward Mercer's precisely organized belongings. In the bathroom medicine cabinet, behind a box of bandages, I discovered a prescription bottle. Olanzapine, a powerful antipsychotic medication. The patient name, Edward Mercer. The date, 3 months ago. The bottle was nearly full. The living room contained few personal items, no photographs, no mementos, just carefully selected furniture and abstract art on the walls, nothing to indicate personality or history, except for a small leather-bound book tucked between cookbooks on the kitchen shelf. Inside, page after page of the same handwriting from the note. Catherine was quiet today, hardly touched her food. I wish she would eat more. Catherine wore the red coat. She looks beautiful in red, always has. Catherine didn't come to dinner again. I left her plate out just in case. The entries continued for months, daily documentation of interactions with someone who, it seemed, didn't exist. The final entry dated yesterday. Catherine was angry tonight. She doesn't understand why we can't leave. I tried to explain about the people watching us. She knocked over her chair. I had to calm her down. I closed the journal, the weight of understanding settling heavily on my shoulders. There was no Catherine living in apartment 9B, but in Edward Mercer's mind, she was very real. The groceries arrived every Wednesday, enough for 2 people. The table set for 2. Conversations held with empty air. A relationship maintained with someone long gone, or perhaps someone who had never existed at all. I made my way back to the dining area where those 2 plates sat in silent testimony. I lifted the one from the second place setting, Catherine's place. Beneath it lay a faded photograph, a young man with his arm around a smiling woman in a red coat. On the back, written in that same careful hand, Edward and Catherine, 2010. The superintendent had stepped into the hallway, uncomfortable with the heavy silence of the apartment. "I'm going to need the contact information for the management company," I said quietly, "and I think we should try to locate any family members Mr. Mercer might have." As we left, I took one last look at the apartment, at the table set for 2, at the chair slightly out of place. Someone had been living here for months, sharing meals with a ghost, setting a place for someone who would never arrive. The question wasn't just where Edward Mercer had gone. It was who Catherine had been, and what had happened to her that left her existing only in the mind of a troubled man who continued to set her place at dinner, night after night, in the quiet solitude of apartment B. I closed the door behind me, but the mystery of that dinner table, of those 2 plates, but only one diner, followed me into the hallway, a quiet disquiet that I knew would linger long after this case was closed. Because sometimes the most haunting mysteries aren't about what we find. They're about what isn't there. Story 8. I still remember the moment I first held that spiral notebook in my hands. The plastic bag crinkled softly as I removed it, the sound echoing slightly in the empty bedroom. The ceiling repair had been straightforward, a simple water stain from a long-fixed leak, until my contractor's flashlight revealed something wedged between the joists, something that shouldn't have been there. The notebook was surprisingly well preserved, protected by its makeshift time capsule. Blue-lined paper, college-ruled, with a faded red cover that had once been vibrant. As I carefully opened it, the binding cracked gently, like old leather stretching after years of stillness. The handwriting that greeted me was meticulous, slanted slightly to the right, with perfectly formed loops on each lowercase g and y. It belonged to someone who took their time, someone deliberate. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've barely slept. The journal sits on my nightstand now, its presence altering the atmosphere of my bedroom like a silent observer. I've read it cover to cover 4 times, each reading revealing something I missed before. Tonight, I'm going through it again, trying to understand the woman who wrote it, and why her final entry described exactly how her body would be found. The first entries were mundane, dating back to 2017. Rebecca Harmon, I learned her name on page 3, had just moved into the house I now own. My house on Sycamore Lane, built in 1962 with its creaking floors and drafty windows. She wrote about paint colors, furniture arrangements, and the cardinal that visited her bedroom window each morning. Normal things, everyday things. The tone shifted gradually, so subtly I almost missed it on my first reading. In March, she began noting small disturbances. A coffee mug moved from where she'd left it, books rearranged on shelves, the thermostat adjusted overnight. Rebecca initially blamed herself, stress, forgetfulness, the disorientation of a new home. But by April, her certainty was growing. Someone had been in her house. "I know how this sounds," she wrote on April 17. "I've spent 3 hours tonight checking and rechecking locks, windows, the basement door. Everything is secure. Yet I know with absolute certainty that someone stood in my kitchen this morning while I slept. The sugar container was moved precisely 2 inches to the left of where I always keep it. No one would notice this but me. No one would care enough to notice this but me, or someone who has been watching me long enough to know." The police, when she finally called them in early May, found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints that didn't belong, no footprints in the soft earth outside her windows. They were kind but dismissive, suggesting a security system if it would help her peace of mind. I've been to the station now, spoken with Officer Dennings who took her call. He remembers her vaguely. Anxious woman, lived alone, probably just settling noises in an old house. But Rebecca wasn't imagining things. By June, the entries became more frequent, more detailed. She began sleeping with her bedroom door locked, a chair wedged beneath the knob. She installed motion sensor lights outside and cameras inside. And then on June 23, she caught something, a shadow passing through her living room at 3:17 a.m. The cameras didn't trigger. The system showed no errors or gaps in recording. Just a shadow, moving with purpose through a room it shouldn't have been in. "I watched the footage 17 times, she wrote that morning, her handwriting slightly more hurried than usual. "It's not a trick of light or a passing car's headlights. It's person-shaped. It moves deliberately. And it pauses just for a moment at the bottom of the stairs, looking up toward where I sleep. I'm writing this at my kitchen table because I can't bear to be upstairs right now. I've called Brianna to come stay with me, but she can't get here until tomorrow. One more night alone." Brianna Matthews still lives across town. I visited her last week, notebook in hand. She went pale when she saw it, her coffee cup rattling against its saucer as she set it down too quickly. Yes, she had stayed with Rebecca for 4 days in June. Yes, Rebecca had seemed truly frightened. No, she never saw anything strange herself, but one morning she woke to find Rebecca staring out the kitchen window, unmoving, for nearly an hour. She said she could feel someone watching her, Brianna told me, her voice barely above a whisper. Not just in the house anymore, but everywhere, at the grocery store, at work, in her car, at red lights. We all thought she needed help, the kind we couldn't give her. July's entries are the hardest to read. Rebecca began sleeping in different rooms each night, never establishing a pattern. She wrote about whispers she heard through the heating vents, objects that disappeared and reappeared days later in different locations. She filled 3 pages with a description of a single night when she was certain someone was breathing on the other side of her closet door, the soft, rhythmic sound nearly imperceptible but undeniably there. By August, she'd stopped going to work. Her supervisor at the accounting firm called twice, concerned, then stopped calling. Rebecca's parents, 3 states away, arranged for a wellness check. The police came, found her thin but coherent. No cause for intervention. Rebecca wrote that she smiled until her cheeks hurt, assured them everything was fine, then cried for hours after they left. The final entry is dated September 16, 2017. The handwriting is perfectly controlled, more deliberate than ever. She describes with unsettling precision how her body will be positioned when found, face up on her bedroom floor, arms at her sides, no visible injuries. Natural causes the medical examiner will determine. Perhaps a heart condition undiagnosed, perhaps a brain aneurysm, something sudden, something that leaves no trace. Whoever reads this, she concluded, will understand that it wasn't natural at all. They've been patient, watching, learning my patterns. Tonight they won't just observe, tonight they'll act. I've sealed this journal in plastic and hidden it where I hope it will someday be found. I've written everything I know. It isn't much, it isn't enough, but it's all I have to offer as evidence that something happened here, that I knew, that I wasn't crazy. Rebecca Harmon was found dead on September 17, 2017, exactly as she had described. The autopsy revealed natural causes, a previously undetected heart arrhythmia. Case closed, house sold, life moved on. Except now, as I sit in what was once her bedroom, I can't help but notice the coffee mug I left on my nightstand has moved slightly to the left. The thermostat downstairs is 2 degrees cooler than I set it, and sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I hear what might be breathing coming from the other side of my closet door. I've started writing my own journal now, just in case. Story 9. I've spent 15 years working cold cases. 15 years of poring over forgotten files, examining evidence that's gathered dust in storage rooms, and interviewing witnesses whose memories have faded with time. It's not glamorous work, but there's something about giving voice to those who can no longer speak for themselves that keeps me going. Some cases, though, they get under your skin in ways you can't explain. The Westfield murder was one of those cases. It was late October when I first encountered it, a case file from 1978 that had been reopened and closed multiple times over decades with no resolution. The photographs inside were yellowed, the typewritten notes faded, but the details remained vivid and haunting. A family of 4 found dead in their colonial-style home. No signs of forced entry. No weapon recovered. Just 4 lives abruptly ended in a house that sat on a quiet street lined with maple trees that had turned brilliant shades of orange and red that autumn. I had been studying this case for months now, memorizing the layout of that house from the crime scene photos. The distinctive curved staircase leading to the 2nd floor, the antique wallpaper in the foyer with its pattern of small blue flowers, the location of the blood spatter on the dining room wall just behind where Mr. Westfield had been seated at the head of the table, the way the children's rooms had been left untouched, toys still arranged as if waiting for small hands to return to them. It was a quiet Tuesday evening when I found myself scrolling through real estate listings, a ritual I developed when my mind needed a break from the darkness of my work. There's something soothing about looking at empty houses, imagining the possibilities of lives unlived. I sipped my cooling tea, the gentle steam rising in lazy curls as my finger moved rhythmically down the trackpad. And then I saw it. At first I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I blinked slowly, staring at the screen where a listing for a newly built home in Millfield, a town about 40 miles from where I sat, displayed a series of interior photographs. My cup of tea hovered halfway to my lips, forgotten. The curved staircase was identical, not similar, identical. The same unusual angle, the same distinctive woodwork on the banister. The wallpaper in the foyer featured the same delicate blue flowers arranged in the same pattern. The dining room had the same dimensions, the same window placement, even the same crown molding along the ceiling. I set my cup down carefully and leaned closer to the screen, my breath coming a little faster now. This couldn't be coincidence. The layout matched perfectly with the crime scene photos I'd been studying for months, but the listing clearly stated new construction, move-in ready. The description boasted of modern amenities and energy-efficient features. With fingers that felt suddenly clumsy, I clicked through to the next photo. The living room, the same built-in bookshelves flanking the fireplace, the same bay window overlooking what would be the front yard. My eyes drifted to the real estate agent's description, custom built to owner's exact specifications. I reached for my phone and dialed the number listed for the selling agent. A woman answered on the 3rd ring, her voice cheerful and professional. "Hello, I'm calling about the property on Oakwood Drive," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Oh yes, beautiful home. Are you interested in scheduling a viewing?" she asked. Can you tell me a bit about it first? It says it's newly built, but the design seems familiar. Yes, it's quite unique. The current owner had it built just 2 years ago to match his childhood home in exact detail. Quite the sentimental project. I felt a chill run through me, and the owner is selling already. Yes, family circumstances. He's quite motivated, actually. I could arrange a showing as early as tomorrow if you're interested. I agreed to meet her at the property the following afternoon, my mind racing with possibilities. After ending the call, I pulled up the Westfield case file again, comparing the crime scene photos to the listing photos side by side on my screen. The resemblance wasn't just striking, it was meticulous. The house from the Westfield murders had been demolished in 1980. No one wanted to live there after what had happened, and eventually the property had been divided and sold to developers. But here it was, recreated down to the smallest detail, standing 40 miles away from the original location. I barely slept that night. The blue glow of my laptop illuminated my living room as I researched everything I could about the property. The land had been purchased by a Thomas Garrett 2 years ago. There was little information about him online, no social media presence, just a few mentions in local business newsletters. He'd moved to the area from out of state and kept to himself, according to the sparse information I could find. The next day I drove to Millfield under a gray sky that threatened rain. The GPS guided me through winding country roads until I reached Oakwood Drive, a cul-de-sac with 5 large homes set far apart from each other. At the very end stood the house from the listing. From the outside, it looked nothing like the Westfield home, different architectural style, different color, but I knew what waited inside. The real estate agent was already there, standing beside her car with a portfolio clutched to her chest. She smiled and extended her hand as I approached. Mr. Reed, I'm Diane Murray. Thank you for coming out today. I shook her hand and followed her up the walkway to the front door. She chattered about the features of the home, the quality of construction, the desirable school district, but her words washed over me unheard as she unlocked the door and swung it open. And there it was, the foyer with the blue floral wallpaper, the curved staircase ascending to the second floor. Everything exactly as it had been in those crime scene photos, except clean, new, untouched by the violence that had occurred in its twin decades ago. The owner had very specific requirements for the build, Diane was saying as she led me through the house. Custom millwork, specialty wallpaper imported from England. He was quite particular about every detail. Is the owner home? I asked, trying to sound casual. No, he's away on business, but he's given permission for showings. Would you like to see the upstairs? I nodded, following her up the curved staircase, my hand sliding along the banister that was an exact replica of the one I'd seen in those old photographs. The upstairs hallway branched off just as it had in the Westfield home. 2 bedrooms to the left, where the Westfield children had slept. Master bedroom to the right, where Mr. and Mrs. Westfield had been found. These bedrooms are quite spacious, Diane said, opening the door to what would have been the daughter's room in the original house. Inside, the room was empty except for a single chair placed near the window. There was something off about the placement, something deliberate that sent another chill through me. Does the owner not have furniture? I asked. He has a minimalist aesthetic, Diane replied with a small laugh, said he preferred to keep things simple. We continued the tour, and with each room my unease grew. In the master bedroom, a king-sized bed was positioned exactly where the Westfield's bed had been. On the nightstand sat a single photograph in a silver frame, a family of 4, smiling at the camera. I moved closer, trying to see their faces. "That's the owner's family," Diane volunteered. "Lovely people. I believe they're joining him once the move is complete." But I wasn't really listening anymore, because I recognized the photograph. Not the people in it, they were strangers to me, but the composition, the pose, the background. It was identical to a family photo of the Westfields that had been included in the case file, taken just months before their deaths. "When did you say the owner would return?" I asked, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "I'm not certain. His schedule changes frequently. He travels for work." In the dining room, I stood where Mr. Westfield had been found, looking at the wall where the blood spatter had been documented in those crime scene photos. The wall was pristine now, painted a soft beige, but in my mind's eye, I could see the patterns the blood had made. "What kind of work does Mr. Garrett do?" I asked. "Something in research, I believe. He's quite private about his personal life." As we completed the tour and returned to the foyer, I noticed something I had missed on the way in. A small table by the door held a stack of mail. The envelope on top bore the name Thomas Garrett, but what caught my eye was a business card partially visible beneath it. As Diane turned to close a door we had left open, I quickly shifted the envelope to see the card. It was plain white with black text, Westfield Research Foundation, and a phone number, nothing else. "Would you like to see the backyard?" Diane asked, turning back to me. "Actually, I think I've seen enough," I said. "This is quite a unique property." "It is, isn't it?" The owner mentioned that he spent years planning every detail before construction began. A true labor of love, he called it. Outside, standing on the driveway beside my car, I thanked Diane for her time. The sky had darkened further, and a light rain had begun to fall, tapping gently on the roof of my car. "May I ask what drew you to this property specifically?" she asked as she handed me her card. "You seemed very interested in certain details." I considered my answer carefully. "I'm drawn to houses with stories," I said finally, "and I have a feeling this one has quite a story, even if it's new." "Well, if you have any questions or would like to schedule another viewing, please don't hesitate to call," she said with a professional smile. I drove away slowly, watching the house recede in my rearview mirror until it disappeared around a bend in the road. My mind was filled with questions. Who was Thomas Garrett, and why had he built an exact replica of a house where 4 people had been murdered? What was the Westfield Research Foundation? And most importantly, why did he want to sell a house he had so meticulously created to match his childhood home? Back at my apartment, I pulled up the Westfield case file again and went through the list of all known relatives, friends, and acquaintances of the family. There was no Thomas Garrett mentioned anywhere. I searched newspaper archives from the time, looking for any connection. Nothing. 3 days later, I received an email from Diane Murray. "Mr. Garrett has returned and would like to meet with you regarding your interest in the property. He rarely meets with potential buyers directly, but he mentioned that he appreciated your attention to detail during the viewing." My finger hovered over the reply button. Every instinct told me there was something deeply wrong about this situation, but the detective in me couldn't walk away from a mystery this compelling. I replied that I would be available to meet Mr. Garrett at his convenience. The meeting was set for the following evening at 7 p.m. at the house, not at the real estate office as would be customary. I notified a colleague about where I was going just as a precaution and drove back to Millfield as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the road. When I arrived, there was a single car in the driveway, not Diane's. The porch light was on, illuminating the front door. I parked and sat for a moment, gathering my thoughts before approaching the house. I rang the doorbell, listening to it echo inside. Footsteps approached, and then the door swung open to reveal a man in his early 50s with gray-streaked hair and glasses. He smiled and extended his hand. "Mr. Reed, Thomas Garrett, thank you for coming. Please come in." I stepped into the foyer, into that perfect recreation of a crime scene I had studied for months, and felt the door close behind me with a soft click. And as I turned to face Thomas Garrett, I couldn't help but notice how his eyes lingered on the blue floral wallpaper with a look that seemed like both satisfaction and grief. "You've gone to extraordinary lengths to recreate this house," I said, deciding to be direct. His smile didn't waver. "Yes, every detail matters when you're trying to understand what really happened." "And what did happen, Mr. Garrett?" He studied me for a long moment, his head tilted slightly as if considering how much to share. "That's what I've spent 30 years trying to determine," he said finally. "And now that I've built it, lived in it, I think I finally understand." He gestured toward the dining room. "Shall we?" As I followed him, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something I didn't fully comprehend. The dining room table was set for two, with files and photographs spread between the place settings instead of food. "I know who you are, Detective Connor," he said, using my title and name, though I hadn't introduced myself as such. "I know you've been working the Westfield case. What I don't know is whether you're here because you're interested in buying a house or because you recognized it from those crime scene photos you've been studying." He pulled out a chair, the chair where Mr. Westfield had been seated at his final dinner, and gestured for me to sit. As I lowered myself into it, I couldn't help but think about the man who had died in this exact position in an identical house decades ago. "I think we both know I'm not here to buy a house," I said carefully. Thomas Garrett smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. "No, you're here because, like me, you want answers." He took the seat across from me and opened one of the files. Inside were copies of the same crime scene photos I had been studying, but also documents I had never seen before. "The official story is that a home invasion went wrong," he said, his voice taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. 4 people killed in their home, no witnesses, no suspects ever charged. But what they never included in the official report was that there was a 5th person in that house that night. He slid a photograph across the table to me. It showed a small door under the staircase, a detail I had noticed in the crime scene photos but had assumed was a closet or storage space. "Do you know what was behind this door, Detective?" I shook my head slowly. A small bedroom, not on any of the house plans, not mentioned in any of the reports, but it was there, and someone was sleeping in it the night the Westfields were killed. The rain had picked up outside, pattering against the windows in a gentle rhythm that seemed to underscore the tension in the room. Thomas Garrett continued speaking, his voice merging with the sound of the rain in a way that made it difficult to look away from him, to break the spell he was weaving with his words. "That someone was me," he said finally, holding my gaze steadily. I was 7 years old, and the Westfields had taken me in as a foster child just 2 weeks before. I was behind that door when they were killed. I heard everything, and for 30 years I've been trying to understand what I heard that night. As thunder rumbled in the distance, he began to explain how he had built this house, how he had recreated the scene of his foster family's murder in an attempt to trigger memories, to understand the sequence of events, to finally know who had taken the lives of the only people who had ever shown him kindness. And as he spoke, I realized that the house wasn't just a replica of a crime scene. It was a trap designed to lure back the person who had committed those murders 30 years ago, someone Thomas Garrett believed had never stopped watching him, even after all these years. What I didn't realize then, sitting in that perfect recreation of a long-ago tragedy, was that the trap had already been sprung, and neither of us was prepared for who would walk through that front door before the night was over. Story 10, The Secret Room Beneath. The old wooden plank shifted under her weight, a subtle movement that stirred something deep within her awareness. Kneeling down, she traced her fingers along the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With cautious determination, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, mysterious space concealed beneath the house. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, she discerned the faint outlines of a mattress, a chair, and nestled in the shadows, a worn notebook. Each page of the notebook bore a single name, her name repeated endlessly, like a haunting echo from the past. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the mixture of fear and disbelief reflected in her eyes as she peered into the abyss below her newfound residence. It wasn't just the discovery of a hidden room that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of a sinister presence into the sanctuary she had hoped to create. "Please refrain from touching anything," Detective Reed's voice, calm yet commanding, broke the heavy silence. With a click, she illuminated the hidden space with her flashlight, revealing walls adorned with surveillance photographs capturing every aspect of Sarah's daily life, moments she thought were private, now laid bare in a chilling display of obsession. The small cottage had been acquired from the estate of a solitary man known as Walter Green, a man who had passed away, leaving behind a legacy of secrets. The real estate transaction had seemed routine, the property described as quaint and in need of minor upkeep. No mention had been made of the hidden chamber lurking beneath the floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured, her voice tinged with unease. "I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." As the crime scene investigators arrived, the truth began to unravel before their eyes. Photographs were taken, evidence meticulously documented, and the eerie contents of the hidden room carefully extracted. Forensic analysis revealed a chilling revelation: every fingerprint found within the space belonged to Walter Green. What disturbed the investigators most was the timeline they uncovered. Walter had been observing Sarah for years, blending into her life unnoticed. He had studied her routines, her habits, her very essence, all with a meticulous dedication that bordered on madness. The level of fixation displayed here is concerning, the department psychologist remarked during a debriefing. This wasn't just a passing infatuation. He was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took a startling turn when she delved into Walter's past, uncovering a connection that sent shivers down her spine. A former coworker of Walter's revealed cryptic conversations, hints of an obsession that had festered beneath the surface for far too long. With a search warrant in hand, Reed unlocked a storage unit linked to Walter, unveiling a chilling replica of Sarah's former life. Every detail meticulously recreated, every item a twisted homage to his fixation. It was a manifestation of a delusion that had consumed his every waking moment. The pieces of the puzzle slowly came together, painting a portrait of a man haunted by a past marked by obsession and delusion. Walter's fixation on Sarah had not been a chance encounter. It was a culmination of years spent in solitude, nursing a dangerous fantasy that threatened to consume them both. As Sarah made the decision to leave the house behind, the echoes of Walter's presence lingered like a ghost in the shadows. The case was closed, but the scars of the ordeal remained etched in her memory, a reminder of how fragile the boundaries of safety truly were. Life moved on, the cottage found new owners, and the hidden room was sealed off, a silent sentinel to the dangers that lurk unseen. For Sarah, the chapter closed, but the echoes of the past continued to whisper in the darkness, a cautionary tale of the thin line between fascination and obsession, between safety and danger. Story 11. The aged library faced its fate of demolition, the workers nearing completion of the task when an unexpected find halted their progress. A worker, his hands tracing the dusty bookshelf, stumbled upon a concealed latch. With a gentle click, the entire structure swung open, unveiling a narrow passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air within was heavy, thick with the passage of time, undisturbed for decades. In the center stood a solitary chair, anchored firmly to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly contacted the police. What was anticipated to be a routine demolition now shrouded in an unsettling mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stood at the threshold, his flashlight piercing the darkness to reveal the chilling words that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh directed the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one touches a thing until forensics arrives." The history of the building whispered a tale of intrigue. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been bestowed to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, leaving behind only her abandoned car near the woods, Rebecca's absence remained a haunting mystery. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the truth eluded all. The prevailing belief hinted at her voluntary departure to forge a new path, a notion vehemently refuted by her grieving family, who clung to the belief of a darker fate. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, traces of hair and fibers were unearthed from the chair. Microscopic analysis of the wall's scratches revealed minuscule hints of blood and skin cells beneath the layers of neglect. Initial tests hinted at the genetic material belonging to a young female. "This chair was fashioned for confinement," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant within fought fiercely against their restraints. Walsh resolved to delve into the depths of the Harrington family's past. The timing of the library's donation gnawed at his instincts. Gifted to the community mere weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a curious coincidence now pregnant with significance. Further examination unveiled another unsettling revelation. The bookshelf concealing the secret room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records unveiled exorbitant payments to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation expenses by far. Former library staff were interrogated, their astonishment palpable at the startling revelation. None had an inkling of the hidden space, save for an elderly librarian who recollected Maxwell spending solitary hours within that section after closing. Maxwell insisted that area remain untouched during renovations, she divulged to the investigators. He argued the original woodwork held historical significance and was irreplaceable. The investigation reached a crescendo when DNA evidence from the concealed room matched samples from Rebecca's belongings discovered in her old room. The timeline coalesced into a grim narrative. Rebecca had not fled but had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own kin. With a warrant in hand, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, a journal hidden within a secret compartment unveiled a macabre truth. Detailed entries chronicled months of an obsessive fixation on his niece, with the final notation sending shivers down their spines. She threatened to expose everything. I cannot allow that. The room shall confine her until she comprehends. Maxwell, now residing in a coastal enclave for retirees, faced relentless questioning. Initially composed, he dismissed the hidden room as a mere architectural quirk unknown to him. Confronted with the journal and genetic proof, his veneer disintegrated. She was on the brink of ruin, he confessed tonelessly. Rebecca stumbled upon financial records proving my embezzlement from the family's foundation over years. Our family's reputation was everything. I could not permit her to shatter it. His admission painted a ghastly portrait. Maxwell had enticed Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and confined her within the hidden enclave. His intention was to detain her until she agreed to silence, but the plan went awry. In a desperate bid to escape during one of his visits, Rebecca met her demise. I was gripped by panic, Maxwell detailed in his chilling confession. I interred her beneath the chamber's floor and sealed it shut. Then I gifted the building, ensuring that part would forever remain untouched. Subterranean imaging affirmed the presence of human remains beneath the chamber's floor. The excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with a silver bracelet gifted by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing, a silent vigil as justice at last found its mark. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's reclaimed bracelet, the sole token they could lay to rest beside her after years of anguish. The library's demolition metamorphosed into an indefinite suspension, now a site of remembrance and introspection. Locals tendered flowers at its entrance, honoring a life curtailed prematurely and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf, awaiting its revelation. In a poignant irony, it was Rebecca who had the final utterance. Her plea, "I am still here," scrawled desperately on the walls, ensuring her memory would endure, and that justice, though delayed, would ultimately emerge from the shadows. Story 12. In the quiet stillness of the night, a pocket dial broke through the airwaves, filled with nothing but static and muffled noises. The operator almost dismissed it as a glitch until a voice sliced through the chaos. A woman's voice, barely a whisper, urgently murmured, "He's here." And then silence descended like a heavy curtain. The mysterious call originated from a desolate house standing empty and neglected for years. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances in the dust-laden air. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, an old phone rested on the counter, its screen softly glowing in the darkness. The call had been placed mere minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself captivated by the playback button, pressing it for the 5th time. The whisper lingered in her mind, desperate, fearful, and utterly inexplicable. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivan family before tragedy struck, forcing them to flee after a devastating fire ravaged the West Wing. No one had resided there since. The caretaker, a faithful soul, attested that no one had trespassed in years. "Can you run a background check on the number?" Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. The response was chilling. The number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter of the former owners who had tragically passed away in a car accident 3 years prior. Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag containing the phone, a perplexing puzzle with no clear solution. A deceased woman's phone making calls from a deserted house. It defied all logic. The forensic team combed through the scene, searching for clues in the enigmatic phone call. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only beneath the phone, as if it had materialized out of thin air, but their efforts yielded little. No fingerprints on the device, only faint smudges impossible to identify. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained securely locked, the windows sealed shut. The recording of the call became the focal point of their investigation. 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 haunting words. Voice analysis confirmed a chilling truth. The voice on the call matched Catherine Sullivan's with 98% certainty, sourced from old recordings. The timestamp revealed in eerie detail the call coincided with the exact moment of Catherine's tragic demise 3 years earlier, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, interviewing those who knew her best. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, living in solitude, crumbled upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's former boyfriend, Mark Jennings, had an airtight alibi for the night of the call. He was toiling away on a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by numerous witnesses and security footage. Moreover, the house had stood empty. The call should have been impossible, yet it had happened. The investigation hit a standstill until a call from Catherine's mother reignited the flickering flame of hope. "I discovered something in Katie's belongings," she whispered, her voice trembling with trepidation. "Her journal, the final entry, you must see it." Within the weathered pages of the journal lay a haunting narrative of Catherine's relationship with Mark. The tender beginnings spiraled into a tale of control, isolation, and ultimately fear. The last entry bore a chilling message. "He knows I'm leaving. He's enraged. If something happens to me, it won't be an accident." Confronted with this damning evidence, Mark's faade crumbled under the weight of suspicion. "You think I harmed Katie because of what she wrote," he retorted defensively. "That's not proof. But the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. The accident report hinted at a darker truth. Mark had been the first responder, preceding the emergency services to the scene. A thorough re-examination of the accident site ensued. Though the car had long been removed, ground-penetrating radar unveiled a startling revelation: Catherine's actual phone buried 20 feet from the crash site. The phone discovered in the house was merely a decoy, a ploy to deceive. Forensic analysis of the buried phone unveiled deleted texts between Catherine and her sister on the fateful night. "Mark knows I'm leaving him. He's tailing me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner scrutinized the autopsy photos with fresh eyes, revealing a sinister truth. The injuries sustained by Catherine were inconsistent with a mere car crash. Defensive wounds adorned her hands, bruising patterns indicative of a violent struggle, of strangulation. When the authorities descended upon Mark's abode to arrest him, he had vanished into the shadows. His residence painted a chilling portrait, a shrine dedicated to Catherine, a macabre collection of stolen mementos, a twisted homage to his malevolent deeds. Among his possessions lay an audio editing software and scripts detailing the fabrication of the ghost call, a cruel game of manipulation and deceit. The call was his sinister creation, a haunting echo of his crimes, a malevolent riddle to confound investigators and torment Catherine's grieving kin. The scope of the investigation widened, revealing a sinister pattern of suspicious deaths surrounding Mark, all shrouded in the guise of accidents. His dark legacy unfurled before their eyes. 6 days into the manhunt, a breakthrough emerged. Mark's vehicle was spotted outside the Sullivan house, a foreboding presence in the night. Inside, he sat in eerie stillness, gazing at a phone identical to Catherine's, a sinister relic of his twisted obsession. As the authorities moved in for the arrest, he offered no resistance, his eyes devoid of remorse. "She wouldn't stay silent," he confessed to Morgan during interrogation, his voice tinged with madness. "Even after I silenced her, she persisted, accused me. I needed the world to hear her, to believe she lingered out there. A ghost can't bear witness against me." The wheels of justice turned inexorably, culminating in a swift verdict of first-degree murder. As the sentence reverberated through the courtroom, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, a bittersweet victory of truth over deception. Justice had been served not through spectral intervention, but through the unwavering voice of Catherine, preserved in ink, her harrowing ordeal etched in the annals of history. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence vault, a silent sentinel of past horrors. Some say they hear it ring in the dead of night, a phantom echo of a woman's desperate call, though its battery had long been removed. Catherine's tale endures not as a ghost story, but as a testament to the resilience of the silenced, a testament that even in death, voices can rise above the shadows. Story 13. The aged apartment held its secrets, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards, yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the sound she heard. The footsteps above were too purposeful, too deliberate, a rhythm that echoed down, slow and measured, but she dwelled on the highest floor. One night she summoned the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A heavy silence lingered. Then a solitary knock replied from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman kept the knocking incident to herself. She convinced her mind it was the building settling, or perhaps a small creature in the attic. Despite the nightly footsteps continuing, she adapted, raising the volume of her TV, donning headphones to muffle the methodical footfalls tracing paths across her ceiling in the dark. Detective Morris learned of the apartment when a repair worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace. While fixing a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker unearthed a passage not documented in the building blueprints. Peering inside with his flashlight, he revealed a hidden living space, scattered food wrappers, water bottles, a stained blanket, and a small journal. The building manager alerted the police promptly. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, were met with a shaken maintenance worker. "Someone's been dwelling in the walls," he repeated. "Someone's been watching." The journal contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, visitors, meals, viewing habits, bathing times, and sleep patterns. The handwriting began orderly but spiraled into chaos, with strange symbols scribbled in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams combed the crawlspace, finding unidentified fingerprints. They uncovered a network of hidden passages within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades. The passages connected to various units, but terminated in observation points disguised as fixtures in one place only: Sarah Coleman's apartment. Current residents reported nothing out of the ordinary, while former tenants shared unsettling experiences. 3 past occupants of Sarah's unit described feeling watched or hearing unexplained sounds. One departed after a mere fortnight, all wary of sounding paranoid by speaking up. The case cracked when forensics detected microscopic blood spatter in one crawlspace, linked through DNA to Martin Weaver, a former resident who vanished years prior. Investigating Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris uncovered a trail leading to Edward, a reserved man living beneath Sarah who had abruptly left after Martin's disappearance. Edward's history revealed a pattern of living in top-floor units, maintaining solitude and vanishing without a trace. A neighbor recalled him as intense, fixated on silence. Property records indicated Edward owned remote land, where a cabin housed a chilling collection photos of apartment residents, detailed notes, maps of building structures, and journals chronicling specimen observations. Beneath a corkboard adorned with missing persons reports, cadaver dogs uncovered graves in the earth. As forensic anthropologists identified the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces were sealed, residents still reported strange noises. During security system installation, a notebook was found wedged in a corner, a newer one. The first page bore a cryptic message. They found my old nest, but not my new one. Officers raced to evacuate Sarah, but her apartment stood empty. A message etched in the bathroom mirror read, "Look up." The shower ceiling panel had been removed. The hunt for Edward, now known as Edward Mercer, commenced. His expertise in construction had facilitated his hidden network. Thermal scans revealed no current presence in the walls. Sarah remains missing, linked to disappearances in multiple states. Detective Morris is haunted not by the graves or journals, but by Sarah, alone in her apartment with phantom footsteps above. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he gazes up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, wondering who else may be listening too. Story 14, the house's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints provided no clue of its existence. Yet beneath the old carpet lay a hidden door, its handle heavy and rusted. 3 family members gathered to pry it open, releasing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into darkness, they anticipated storage, but were met with a single chair illuminated by a swaying light bulb, and on the wall, a row of photographs of them. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during a cold winter, seeking character and history within its faded walls. Little did they know the depth of history within, intertwining violently with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property, the crime scene secured with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had described the hidden basement below their living room. Connors directed the forensic team to document everything. The basement, small and concrete-walled, held a single chair under a harshly lit bulb, but it was the wall of photographs, meticulously arranged in chronological order, that captured their attention. Investigations revealed no signs of forced entry, only a breach of privacy and security. Interviews with previous owners unveiled a disturbing pattern of the house changing hands rapidly, each family unaware of the hidden basement. The contractor who renovated the house denied its existence, claiming he had gutted the place to its foundation. Digital forensics exposed a hidden memory card filled with images of past families, capturing intimate moments without their knowledge. Audio files hidden in the basement revealed sophisticated surveillance within the house. Connors ordered a thorough search, uncovering hidden monitoring stations and a journal detailing the family's lives. The handwriting matched the original builder, Edward Kelvin, who had mysteriously vanished during construction. A manhunt led to Kelvin's discovery within the house's hidden spaces, where he had observed families like characters in his own drama. Severe delusions led him to believe the families belonged to him, signed over with the house. The Mercer family, like others before them, fled the property, leaving behind the haunting memories of being watched unknowingly. Kelvin's trial exposed the house as a meticulously planned surveillance structure designed to observe its residents without their consent. The families, haunted by the violation of their privacy, wondered if they were ever truly alone in the house. As the property was demolished, the families carried with them the unsettling realization that their most private moments had been observed from within the very walls they once trusted. In quiet moments, they still found themselves glancing around, wondering if the eyes that watched them had truly vanished or if they lingered in the shadows of memory. The house may be gone, but the feeling of being observed remained, a chilling reminder of the hidden depths within the walls of their supposed sanctuary. Story 15, the hotel seemed to linger in the shadows of obscurity, its worn facade a testament to fleeting visitors and transient stays. With a key handed to her by the clerk's cryptic gaze, a warning lingered in the air as he softly murmured, "Just don't take the last door on the left." Intrigued by the enigmatic instruction, curiosity tugged at her, leading her down the dimly illuminated corridor that whispered of untold mysteries. Pausing before the unassuming door, the icy touch of the handle sent a shiver down her spine, hinting at the secrets veiled within. To the casual observer, it appeared no different from its companions, yet as she pressed her ear against it, a faint breath from the other side stirred the silence. In a realm where darkness intertwined with fragmented dreams, Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, entering a realm drenched in the scent of iron and despair. Beneath the tattered tape marking the threshold, a scene unraveled before her eyes, a tapestry of contradictions etched in blood and solitude. Amidst the chaos, a young woman lay motionless on the floor, her halo of blonde locks framing vacant eyes that gazed into the unknown. As Reed knelt beside the tragic figure, a solemn technician captured the grim reality through a lens, his detached tone betraying the familiarity of recurring horrors. "Third one this season," he uttered, a somber echo of a pattern etched in tragedy. The victim adorned in elegance amidst the forgotten confines of the motel, a world of incongruity unfolded before Reed's eyes. An untouched bed, a pristine bathroom, and the grim tableau that lay between, a stark contrast that whispered of a sinister dance. As the pieces of the puzzle intertwined, the absence of theft spoke of a different motivation, a hidden drive that propelled the hand of the unseen malevolence. Back at the precinct, Reed delved into the mosaic of evidence that painted a chilling portrait. 3 women, bound by a thread of similarity, each discovered in the shadowed corners of transient rest. The whispers of a predator lurking in the periphery sent ripples through the community, a phantom waiting to be unmasked. With the autopsy findings revealing the cruel hand of death by strangulation, a puzzle of personal vendetta began to take shape. Days melded into nights as the investigation unfurled, the tendrils of darkness reaching into the folds of forgotten secrets. Amidst the sea of faces, Elaine Werner's shadow loomed large, a woman of precision and discretion, her final moments veiled in enigma. A breakthrough emerged from the whispers of clandestine affairs, as Werner's sister unraveled a thread of deceit that led to the heart of the mystery. A man known only as C emerged from the shadows of anonymity, his presence a specter haunting the edges of the investigation. The trail led to the corridors of corporate power, where Charles Emerson, a figure of influence, stood at the nexus of deception. With a facade of innocence, his entanglement with the victims unveiled a tapestry of lies woven in the shadows. As the pieces fell into place, Emerson's mask of composure cracked, revealing the darkness that dwelled within. In the hushed confines of the interrogation room, the truth unfurled like a sinister bloom, exposing the depths of depravity that lurked beneath the veneer of respectability. Emerson's grip on reality slipped as the damning evidence painted a portrait of a man driven by fear and obsession. As justice unfurled in the solemn halls of the courtroom, the families of the victims found solace in the closure that justice brought. Emerson's stoic demeanor crumbled as the weight of his crimes bore down upon him, a reckoning long overdue. Amidst the echoes of the trial, Detective Reed's gaze met the hollow stare of the man who had sown chaos in his wake. In that fleeting moment, a void reflected back at her, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within the human soul. Dubbed the door on the left case by the media, the tale of Emerson's descent into madness captivated the minds of psychologists and true crime enthusiasts alike. Yet for Reed, the shadows of the past lingered like ghosts in the night, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again. Within the confines of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys stood as silent sentinels, a testament to the lives lost in the pursuit of a darkness that lurked behind closed doors. And as the world drifted into slumber, the secrets of the night whispered their lullaby, beckoning the weary to rest amidst the mysteries that danced in the shadows of the unknown. Story 16. The calf had been his sanctuary for years, same spot, same brew, same tranquility. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery. Then one day he vanished without a trace. When authorities checked his usual seat, they discovered a wallet abandoned. Inside, a driver's license without a name or address, just an empty space where his identity should have been. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found something inexplicable. The man, now known as John Doe, entered, sat down, and never left. Mercer, her fingers tracing the cold metal table, studied the footage once more. John seemed ordinary on screen, average height, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat with a weathered messenger bag. His disappearance defied logic, given his unremarkable presence. "Play it again," she instructed the tech specialist. The footage showed John's daily routine, ordering black coffee, retreating to a secluded table by a potted plant, jotting in a notebook, and gazing out the window. Then the pivotal moment, he left for the restroom corridor, but never returned. "Check the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "He never entered one," the specialist replied. "It's as though he vanished into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents. The license photo matched the enigmatic man, but personal details were missing. Credit cards bore no names, only untraceable numbers. Neatly stacked cash, a coffee shop receipt, and a blank business card with a faintly printed phone number. Dialing it yielded no response, just the rustle of paper before the line disconnected. The barista recalled little about John. Reserved, generous, maybe an accent, she mused. He had always been alone, engrossed in his writing. Cryptographers struggled to decipher the notebook filled with coded text and unfamiliar architectural sketches. Mercer circulated John's image, but no one recognized him. His fingerprints were nowhere in the system. It was as if he existed solely within the calf's confines. During her scrutiny of the footage, Mercer noticed a flicker in the timestamp whenever John entered. Dismissing it as a glitch, she revisited the calf, positioning herself at his table. A mirror with intricate symbols hung between the entrance and the restroom corridor. The shop owner mentioned its age and immovability. Mercer, intrigued, approached the mirror, feeling an unexpected warmth upon touching it. Forensics uncovered a hidden compartment behind the mirror, housing identical wallets with blank information and a journal matching John's handwriting. The final entry warned of imminent closure. The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing. Fingerprints throughout the space belonged to John Doe, dating back decades. Carbon dating suggested the wallets were aged, yet the photo remained unchanged. The journal hinted at experiments in temporal manipulation and identity shifting, referencing crossing back and window points. One passage intrigued Mercer. The coffee shop serves as an anchor point, a place where realities intersect. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment occurs, passage becomes possible. Odd occurrences around the calf escalated moving reflections, phantom sightings of John. A breakthrough came from Margaret Keller, a former physicist acquainted with John as Daniel Weston. He had delved into quantum mirrors, theorizing about parallel realities and weak points for crossing over. The calf sat atop Weston's vanished laboratory, where he worked on these theories. Mercer, alone in the precinct one night, spied a reflection of John within the mirror on the footage. Rushing to the calf, she found the mirror shattered with a note amidst the shards. "The experiment is complete. The window is closed. Do not attempt to follow." The case of the man who vanished remains a mystery. The calf shut down, the building razed. Weston's fate remains unknown. Mercer, now withdrawn, writes feverishly in a notebook akin to Weston's, a fragment of the antique mirror on her wall, occasionally rippling mysteriously. Story 17. In the quiet confines of their new home, Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on an unexpected journey, unraveling a mystery hidden within the very walls that sheltered them. What began as a simple desire to make the Victorian-era house their own soon transformed into a surreal exploration of the past, tinged with eerie coincidences and unsettling revelations. The faded wallpaper in the master bedroom, marred by a stubborn water stain, served as the catalyst for their descent into the unknown. As Sarah gingerly peeled back the layers, a name emerged: Alina Winters, repeated incessantly in ink, as if etched by a restless soul seeking to be remembered. The name held no significance to the couple, yet its presence seeped into their consciousness like a whisper in the night. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Michael delved into the digital realm, hoping to unearth the secrets that lay dormant within the walls of their home. The search led them to a haunting discovery: a missing persons case from long ago, featuring a woman whose visage bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic Margaret Cavendish, the previous owner who had passed the house into their hands with an air of quiet elegance. As the pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, Michael and Sarah found themselves ensnared in a web of intrigue that blurred the lines between past and present. The missing woman, Alina Winters, cast a shadow over their lives, her story interwoven with that of Margaret Cavendish in a dance of fate and coincidence. Their once idyllic abode turned into a realm of uncertainty, each corner harboring secrets waiting to be unearthed. The discovery of hidden compartments beneath the floorboards and the revelation of dual identities painted a picture of deception and obsession that spanned decades. Forensic teams descended upon their home, transforming it into a tableau of investigation and discovery. The ink-stained walls and the hidden truths they harbored became a testament to a mind fractured by loss and longing, a soul trapped in a labyrinth of its own making. As the cold case heated up, the truth emerged from the depths of the earth, bringing closure to a chapter long forgotten. Alina Winters, whose name adorned the walls like a plea for remembrance, found justice in the hands of fate, while the enigmatic Margaret Cavendish revealed her true self in a moment of reckoning. The house, once a haven of dreams, now stood as a monument to the echoes of the past, a silent witness to the intricacies of human nature and the mysteries that lie dormant within us all. And as Michael and Sarah gazed upon the scene unfolding before them, they knew that their home would forever be intertwined with a tale of love and loss, of identity and transformation, a story whispered by the walls, beckoning them to unravel its enigmatic threads. Story 18. The worn envelope, its edges tinged with age, held a fresh stamp that had been kissed by the mail just days prior. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded its contents. A single sheet of paper greeted her, the message typed in a hurried, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did. The paper exuded a faint dampness, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of iron. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention. Not ink, but blood. Detective Sarah Morgan swiftly secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with practiced precision. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the stain was human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been found in her apartment with fatal stab wounds. Her laptop missing, her notes strewn about, hinting that her death might be linked to a story she was pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until this letter arrived at the precinct, addressed simply to Homicide Division. Scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted that the sender had worn gloves. The postmark, however, provided a crucial light after months of stagnation. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, where the walls bore witness to the frustration of dead-end lights and unsolved mysteries. She pinned the letter to the board, the focal point of their renewed investigation. "This changes everything," she declared to the room. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner since the case's inception, scrutinized the letter. "Or perhaps they wish to toy with us to deceive," he proposed. The unique typewriter impression patterns led the forensics team to a model long out of production. Uncommon but not unattainable. They reached out to antique dealers and collectors across the region, hoping for a breakthrough. As they delved deeper, they retraced Rebecca's steps. Her editor painted a picture of a determined journalist committed to unveiling corruption. Her latest assignment had delved into a wealthy family entrenched in local politics. Following the patriarch's recent passing, disputes over his will and suspicions of manipulation among siblings had come to light. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed a subtle shift in his demeanor since the letter's arrival: nervousness, a tremor in his voice. Rebecca mentioned feeling watched, he confessed. "I dismissed it as paranoia fueled by her investigation. I should have listened." While the team pursued this lead, a second letter surfaced. Same typewriter, same bloodstains. This time the message expanded. She unraveled secrets of the family, about the inheritance, about the old man's demise. "I never intended for it to escalate." The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they questioned his eldest son, Richard, whose collection of antiques included vintage typewriters. Richard's responses seemed rehearsed, his demeanor too polished. A breakthrough came when fibers on the envelopes matched stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Alina. Under scrutiny, Alina disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's residence unearthed a concealed chamber filled with damning evidence clippings about Rebecca, surveillance materials, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. Blood analysis confirmed it to be Rebecca's. The plot thickened with the revelation of financial transactions between Richard and Michael leading up to the murder. Confronted, Michael confessed, revealing how his disclosure to Richard had unwittingly set the tragic chain of events in motion. Alina provided a crucial piece, a recording capturing Richard and Michael plotting Rebecca's demise. Richard's voice, cold and calculating, sealed his fate. She must be silenced for good. Attempting to flee, Richard was apprehended. The prosecution built a solid case around the letters, the typewriter, financial exchanges, and Alina's recording. Michael cooperated in exchange for a plea deal. Throughout the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, shifting blame onto Michael. Yet the evidence spoke louder. The jury swiftly returned a guilty verdict. As Richard faced justice, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents in the courtroom. Though their loss remained, the conviction offered a semblance of closure. The blood-stained letters rested in evidence, a haunting reminder that even the most meticulous crimes leave traces, and that remorse, genuine or calculated, can unravel the most meticulously planned murders. Rebecca Warren's case stood as a lesson in detective work, emphasizing that breakthroughs may stem not from advanced technology, but from the weight of guilt upon a killer's soul and the echo of an old typewriter's keys. Story 19: The Enigmatic Victorian. She entered through the front door, a cascade of dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its worn walls shedding layers of paint, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step felt like a journey through a mysterious realm, a realm where time had paused except for one peculiar detail. The doors, every door she opened led back to the same room, the parlor. No matter the path she chose, no matter the handle she turned, she always found herself back in that familiar space. The only exit seemed to be the entrance she had crossed, but when she turned around, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body shifted the abandoned Victorian from a mere relic to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the doorway, observing forensic experts glide through the dimness like ethereal figures. Locals whispered tales of the house where compasses spun aimlessly and unseen eyes watched from the shadows. Now, beneath the surface of urban legends, lay secrets far more sinister. The initial assessment indicates she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her gaze fixed on the entryway as if expecting a visitor. Her countenance serene, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no marks of defense. The scene exuded a quiet intensity that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They entered, spotted her seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew near. The house had remained empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, unwanted, unsold, and mostly forgotten save for vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a fascination with spaces that defied traditional design. Known for her meticulous nature and ambition, the abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, had undoubtedly captivated her curiosity. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Entries in her journal detailed peculiar acoustic phenomena, sudden drops in temperature, and doors that seemed to open into different chambers with each twist of the knob. Her final entry spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she termed spatial inconsistencies, yet said equipment remained elusive. During the autopsy, an unexpected detail emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant utilized in certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the levels found were insufficient to be lethal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her boyfriend affirmed during questioning. Morgan was unwavering in her research ethics. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perceptions intentionally. Digital sleuthing unearthed fragments of erased messages on Morgan's phone, dialogues with an individual sharing her intrigue with the house, someone purporting to comprehend its enigmas. The exchanges grew progressively intimate and cryptic. The house retains memories of its past, one message hinted. It yearns for someone to comprehend. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had entranced her, and their professional bond had evolved into a more personal connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shattered by her demise. "The house carries a reputation," he disclosed. "The original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its design. He fashioned it to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer to it, something transcending mere tricks of construction." Yet Reeves possessed an alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage placed him delivering a lecture at a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough surfaced from an unexpected source, the grandson of Eleanor Blackwood, now residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he divulged a long-concealed family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish in that house," he divulged. "Others met their end there, always found in the parlor, always appearing at peace. The family labeled it the claiming." He provided investigators with decades-old journals, chronicling deaths initially attributed to heart failure or strokes. The pattern was clear: individuals spending substantial time within the house inevitably succumbed to what the family cryptically dubbed the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within, Morgan's missing equipment was recovered alongside a peculiar sight: an alcove housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric pattern. At its core rested a carved figurine, its features smoothed by generations of handling. Analysis identified the figurine as depicting a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's system were detected on the artifacts. The case took a new twist when dust pattern analysis within the house pointed to the presence of another individual during Morgan's passing. Partial fingerprints, unrelated to Morgan's or any known visitors, were lifted from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Like Morgan, he was discovered seated facing the entrance, an air of tranquility about him, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key unmatched to any lock in his abode, but fitting flawlessly into the concealed compartment within the Victorian. In his final missive, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors laid where they always have, yet something tricks you into believing you're circling back. Once you grasp the truth, you can depart at any moment, but by then, you no longer desire to. The case remains officially unsolved, designated as suspicious fatalities under scrutiny. The Victorian has since been deemed unsafe, its access regulated by authorities. However, whispers persist of lights flickering within on certain nights, and of guests who venture in but never emerge. Some locals assert the house seizes those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others theorize that Morgan and Reeves unearthed something ancient and potent, something dwelling within the spaces that straddle conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every door leads back to the start. Story 20. The old Polaroid held secrets from a distant past, frozen smiles and flickering candles telling a story long forgotten. Amongst the familiar faces, there lurked a mystery, a figure in the shadows, a man unseen by memory but present in every snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this eerie collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the funeral, a box labeled Memories, revealing faded glimpses of happier times. Yet instead of solace, a chill crept down her spine as she delved deeper into the images. At first glance, the man was a mere blur on the edge of her 7th birthday party photo, a dark silhouette lingering by the glass door. In the following pictures, he edged closer, his presence unnoticed by the oblivious subjects. With a trembling voice, Sarah contacted her father, puzzled by the stranger haunting their family's past. His disbelief mirrored her own, sparking a sense of unease that refused to fade. Detective Marcus Reed listened intently as Sarah laid out the disturbing progression of the mysterious figure through the photographs, each step closer to the children captured in time. The rain outside painted shadows on the precinct walls as Reed studied the evidence, a sense of intrigue mingling with skepticism in his gaze. The man in the photos seemed to move with purpose, a phantom intruder weaving through forgotten celebrations. As the investigation unfolded, more photos surfaced, each unveiling the shadowy figure in different family gatherings over the years. Details emerged under digital scrutiny: a scar, a ring, a reflection hinting at a face long concealed. Dental records provided a breakthrough, linking the figure to Robert Keller, a vanished maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abductions from decades past. Keller's connection to the rental properties where the gatherings took place sent shivers down Sarah's spine, the pieces of a macabre puzzle falling into place. Beneath the concrete foundations of his former home, authorities unearthed chilling mementos: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own, lost in childhood innocence. Alone in her apartment, Sarah grappled with the weight of the revelations, the echoes of tragedy reverberating through the photos that had unraveled a web of darkness. The news of identified remains brought a bittersweet closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions, the shadow in the old photographs finally stepping into the harsh light of justice. As Sarah carefully packed away the damning evidence, she couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes following her every move, a reminder that some terrors lurk in the spaces between smiles and laughter, hidden figures weaving through the tapestry of time, leaving behind only traces of their malevolent presence. Story 21. The town held its secrets close, whispering tales of the house that stood at the edge of the woods. Silent and forgotten, it loomed with an air of mystery, its windows dark, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no one knew its origins. But when a group of hikers strayed near, they beheld a peculiar sight: names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ancient runes. And at the end of the list, fresh and untouched, a name that sent shivers through their bones. A name none of them recognized until one of them gasped, voice quivering, "That's mine." Under the cover of night, a call came in. Dispatch cataloged it as a routine trespassing case. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who uncovered his name etched into the forsaken house. Responding officers anticipated a simple act of mischief, perhaps a prank gone awry, but what awaited them defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk descended upon the forest. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weathered face of the structure. The names 27 in total stood as a silent memorial on the eastern wall. Some faded into obscurity with time, blending into the grain of the wood. Others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still bearing traces of newly cut wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason proclaimed, his breath mingling with the icy air. "How could anyone know my name?" The investigation commenced with inquiries into the background of each name inscribed. The findings sent chills down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold with time, others still lingered unsolved. Yet a common thread connected them all: each person had vanished while traversing these woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathered marks. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons file from 37 years past. A young woman who ventured into the wilderness and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling brook. Detective Keller delved into Mason's past, probing for any link to the haunting names. His account remained unwavering. No ties bound him to this locale beyond the fateful hike with his college companions. They had chosen their path at random, guided by an online suggestion. His background yielded no connection to the other names adorning the wall. Attention shifted to Mason's friends. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots captured during their journey. Upon closer inspection, analysts discerned a disquieting presence in the background, a blurred figure resembling a slender man, always obscured by the veil of trees. "We glimpsed no one else on our trek," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Within the decrepit walls, a scene of eerie revelation awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers lay meticulously arranged on shelves in the basement. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a name matching those outside. Technicians meticulously cataloged each item, unveiling bloodstains beneath ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, efforts to cleanse years of macabre history. Intriguingly, no bodies lay buried beneath the house according to ground-penetrating radar, yet cadaver dogs signaled fervently at the forest's dense heart behind the property. As the probe intensified, Mason Wright exhibited peculiar behaviors. He reported phantom whispers outside his dwelling, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but vanishing upon return, and spectral figures observing from the shadows. Assigned protection, Mason's paranoia escalated. Breakthrough arrived with the unearthing of land records concealed in county archives. The residence once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors offered fleeting encounters with the unnaturally tall, gaunt recluse who shunned society. Blackwood's disappearance 15 years prior had gone uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant for an extensive search of the surrounding wilderness. Amidst the foliage, a series of rudimentary hunting blinds emerged, strategically stationed along frequented trails. Within one, a journal resided, chronicling meticulous observations of hikers' routes, gear, behaviors. Handwriting matched Blackwood's sparse documents, the entries unfolding a harrowing narrative. From hunting animals to hunting humans, the prey became the focus: habits, weaknesses, and the art of collection. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions. Helicopters canvassed the forest with thermal technology, tactical units combed every crevice, yet the elusive specter remained at large. Mason Wright ceased communication. Officers found his apartment deserted, a chilling message etched on his bedroom wall: the hunter becomes the hunted. Weeks transpired with no trace of Mason until a startling revelation materialized during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement, a macabre workshop lay bare: woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name, unmounted on the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized it instantly: the late technician, absent due to illness, unreachable by phone. Authorities encircled the house with unyielding vigilance. Cameras recorded every approach, sensors primed for any intrusion, and on a fateful night the trap sprung. Surveillance detected a figure emerging from the woods, a towering, sinewy form moving with unearthly grace. Tactical units advanced, only for the cameras to falter briefly. When vision returned, the figure had vanished without a trace. To this day, the house remains under watchful guard. Mason Wright and the technician slipped into the realm of the unknown. The saga persists, with fresh resources allocated as new disappearances echo through wooded realms. The names etched on the wall have transcended into legend among enforcers of justice. Some dare not utter them, others skirt the case entirely. Local hikers steer clear, fearful that mere mention may consign them to that dreaded list, the names unspoken. Story 22. The tale of the new homeowners and the mysterious intercom system was whispered about in hushed tones among the townsfolk. It all began when Daniel and Meredith Parker moved into the Victorian manor, drawn in by its old-world charm and hidden history. The crackling intercom, a relic of a bygone era, seemed harmless at first, a quirky reminder of the past. But as the nights grew longer, the static turned into whispers that lingered in the air like ghostly echoes. One fateful evening, curiosity got the best of Daniel as he pressed the button, unleashing a haunting whisper that sent shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, chilling in their intensity. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever speaking such words, casting a shadow of unease over the couple. Detective Sarah Reeves was called to the manor, her unmarked vehicle crunching on the gravel driveway, hinting at the weight of the unseen mysteries waiting within. Daniel, with a pallor that seemed out of place in the dim light, led her through the grand foyer, his voice tinged with a mixture of fear and disbelief as he recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom. Meredith sat in silence on the antique sofa, her fingers tightly wrapped around a steaming mug that remained untouched. Without preamble, she revealed the discovery hidden behind a wall, a leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina, filled with desperate entries hinting at a sinister plot. The investigation unearthed the dark history of the house, linking it to Vincent and Alina Blackwood, whose tragic tale had been buried for decades. As the past unraveled, the truth emerged from beneath the concrete foundation of the garden, shed a skeleton, a silent witness to a long-buried crime. Vincent Blackwood's calculated deception and chilling confession laid bare the horrors of the past, weaving a tale of betrayal and silence that echoed through the halls of the manor. The justice system, slow but relentless, finally caught up with him, bringing closure to a chapter long forgotten. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's secrets, bid farewell, leaving behind the echoes of the past. A memorial service for Alina marked a somber end to the darkness that had plagued the manor for so long, a final tribute to a voice silenced but not forgotten. As the house changed hands once more, the intercom system was removed, its whispers fading into the shadows of memory. Detective Reeves, a silent observer to the house's secrets, drove past the manor, the wind carrying whispers of a past that refused to be forgotten, a reminder of the mysteries that lurked within the walls of the house that answered back. Story 23, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned and the pipes rattled in a familiar symphony of old age. It was all part of the building's character, or so she tried to convince herself. But then one quiet evening, a faint voice drifted through the vents, weaving its way into her consciousness. It wasn't the typical sounds of neighbors or distant chatter. It was a soft whisper, calling her name with a gentle urgency. She leaned closer, heart quickening, as a cool breath brushed past her cheek, and the voice almost teasingly murmured, "I know you're listening." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the heart of the empty apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusty vent cover that had been pried open. Around her, the forensic team meticulously documented the scene, capturing every detail with flashes of light. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a faint odor caught the attention of the building manager. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic. She reported hearing voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes, but management dismissed her concerns, blaming it on the building's old quirks. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches around its edges, evidence of a desperate attempt to escape from within. The victim, Alina, had been a beloved kindergarten teacher, known for her nurturing spirit and thriving houseplants. Her sudden disappearance had left a void in the lives of those who knew her. Alina's sister revealed during an interview that in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, Alina had grown increasingly paranoid, convinced that unseen eyes were watching her, speaking to her through the vents. Shaw re-examined the apartment, noticing subtle details that hinted at a presence lingering in the shadows: the meticulously made bed, the lone coffee mug in the sink, and the chair placed directly beneath the vent, as if awaiting a silent visitor. The forensic analysis uncovered chilling clues: fibers matching Alina's clothing caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint inside the cover, none of which belonged to Alina, and haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, Shaw listened to the recordings, the rain creating a soothing backdrop to Alina's fearful voice seeking validation from the unknown entity that whispered back with sinister familiarity. A deeper dive into the building's history revealed a troubling pattern. Previous tenants had fled the apartment prematurely, citing strange noises and unsettling experiences. One had even suffered from hallucinations of voices emanating from the walls. The building superintendent, Harold Weber, appeared cooperative but harbored a disquieting aura when questioned about the past occupants of apartment 4B. The investigation took a disturbing turn when a hidden access panel was discovered in Alina's bathroom, leading to a concealed passage within the walls, a secret realm where someone had been living, watching, and whispering. Shaw's team uncovered a trove of incriminating evidence in Weber's meticulously organized files, each documenting his twisted obsession with his victims, especially Alina. Weber's arrest uncovered a chilling truth. He had coerced Alina into the ventilation system, where she succumbed to a bewildering maze of ducts, guided by the false promises whispered by her captor. Families of previous tenants came forward with their own tales of paranoia and loss, painting a grim picture of a predator lurking within the building's very structure. At trial, Weber's facade of calm shattered as his sinister deeds were laid bare. His conviction brought a semblance of justice, but his parting words to Shaw echoed with a haunting certainty the building itself was his accomplice, a silent witness to his macabre games. Now the once bustling apartment building stands silent and vacant, its walls holding memories both whispered and forgotten. Despite attempts at renovation and new ownership, residents speak of eerie sounds echoing from the vents, of whispers carried on cold drafts that defy explanation. The building retains its old habits: the heating system groans, the pipes rattle as if trying to convey a message from a past that refuses to fade away. And in the stillness of the night, the whispers linger, a reminder that some secrets are buried so deep they become a part of the very foundation on which we build our lives. Story 24. The aged box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten relics in the attic, a time capsule of memories left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among the dusty contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, a glimpse into the past frozen in time. But as she sifted through the snapshots, one photo stood out from the rest, shrouded in an eerie mystery that sent shivers down her spine. In that final picture, the familiar setting of her living room unfolded before her eyes, the same couch, the same curtains. Yet the family captured in the frame was not hers, and lurking in the shadows behind them, barely visible, was a figure watching from the hallway. Rebecca's hand trembled as she held the photograph, a sense of unease creeping over her like a phantom presence. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, she carried the enigmatic photo to the kitchen, where harsh fluorescent light illuminated the unsettling truth. The resemblance between her home and the scene in the picture was uncanny. The archway, the molding, the bay window all mirrored in haunting detail. This was her house, but these faces were strangers, frozen in time, unaware of the danger looming behind them. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator clad in a weathered leather jacket, his gaze piercing as he examined the photograph with a keen eye. Questions lingered in the air as he delved into the history of the house's previous occupants, unraveling a tangled web of disappearances that spanned decades. The trail led to the Sutherland family, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void in the fabric of reality. Forensic analysis painted a chilling portrait of the past, revealing a pattern of families disappearing after precisely 1 year of residence. Each family, like pieces of a dark puzzle, fitting into a macabre narrative of loss and mystery. The investigation delved deeper, unearthing the secrets buried beneath the house's foundation. As the jackhammers pierced through layers of concrete, a chilling discovery awaited: a chamber of preserved memories, a graveyard of families frozen in time, their smiles forever etched in photographs that whispered of unspeakable horrors. Among the remnants of the past, a shadowy figure emerged, a man named Samuel Whitfield, whose presence lingered like a ghostly specter haunting the halls of the house. His enigmatic existence tied to a journal filled with chilling observations, a testament to his twisted obsession with those who dwelled within the walls he once called home. Rebecca found herself thrust into a nightmare, forced to confront a reality stranger than any dream. The house, now a crime scene, stood as a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. With each revelation, the darkness of the past seeped into the present, casting a shadow that refused to fade. As the investigation unfolded, the truth remained elusive, slipping through the cracks of time like whispers in the night. Samuel Whitfield's fate remained a mystery, his legacy shrouded in enigma. And as the echoes of the past reverberated through the empty rooms, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air, a reminder that some secrets are better left buried in the shadows. The tale of the man in the photograph continues to haunt those who dare to seek the truth, a chilling reminder that not all mysteries are meant to be solved. And as the house stands silent and forsaken, its windows dark and its secrets untold, a new chapter unfolds, a chapter of new families, new homes, and new watchers in the shadows, waiting to emerge from the depths of the unknown. Story 25. In the stillness of the night, a vacant house stood as a silent witness to the mysteries hidden within its walls. Whispers of the past lingered in the air, tales of a young woman named Elise Winters who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a locked bedroom that held secrets waiting to be uncovered. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were greeted by a heavy stillness that seemed to shroud the room in a cloak of forgotten memories. The bedroom door, locked from the inside, gave way to reveal a scene frozen in time. The bed neatly made, the mirror polished to perfection, and a single candle, now a mere puddle of wax, casting long shadows in the dim light. Amidst the dust and the shadows, a notebook lay open on the desk, its pages filled with the elegant script of a young woman's hand. Detective Morgan, with a furrowed brow, leafed through the pages, each one unveiling a piece of Elise's life before her disappearance. The ink on the final entry, dated the night she vanished, seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words on the page whispered, as if carried by a gentle breeze. "If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The truth woven into those lines echoed through the room, sending shivers down the detective's spine. As the forensic technicians combed the room for clues, a faint chemical scent mingled with the musty odor of neglect, adding to the eerie atmosphere that enveloped the space. The landlord's pale face betrayed his unease, his voice barely above a whisper as he confessed to the unlocked door that shouldn't have been sealed shut. Elise's life, once meticulously organized and dedicated to her work at Harriman and Associates, now unfolded in fragments before the detective's eyes. Her pursuit of justice, her discovery of hidden truths within the corporate world, all leading to a path that ended in shadows and silence. The room, a silent witness to a life interrupted, offered little in the way of concrete evidence. No signs of struggle, no bloodstains to mark a violent end, just a room frozen in time, a snapshot of a life left unfinished. But as the investigators delved deeper, they unearthed a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard, revealing a cache of secrets that would shake the foundations of power and deceit. Financial transactions, manipulated data, a web of lies spun by those who thought themselves untouchable. The truth, like a beacon in the darkness, emerged from the depths of deception. Elise's voice, captured in recordings, echoed through the room, exposing the corruption that had led to tragedy and death. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a sinister truth that had been carefully concealed. As the courtroom drama unfolded, justice prevailed, not in the form of a body found, but in the echoes of a life cut short by greed and betrayal. Elise's legacy, her unwavering pursuit of truth, resonated through the halls of power, bringing down those who had sought to silence her. The house, once a sanctuary turned into a prison of secrets, stood as a monument to the courage of a young woman who dared to challenge the darkness. The light in the upstairs window, some claimed to see, seemed to flicker with a ghostly presence, a reminder that justice in the end always finds a way to shine through the shadows. And so the house remained empty, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past, a testament to the enduring power of truth in a world shrouded in lies. Story 26. The dwelling had sat in silence for months, its emptiness a shroud over the space. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they carried with them no expectations beyond encountering layers of dust and forgotten remnants of the past. Yet there was one door that stood defiant, refusing to yield to their curiosity. Sealed shut, a closet held its secrets, locked from within. Upon the landlord's insistence, the door was pried open, revealing not the expected coats or discarded knickknacks, but something far more unsettling. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of a struggle against confinement. And nestled in the shadows of the room, an ancient flip phone lay, its screen still aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling mysteries, felt a chill run down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It was not the presence of blood or overt violence that stirred her unease, but rather the silent screams echoed in those desperate marks on the wooden walls. Someone had been trapped within that small enclosure, clawing for freedom with all their might. We need forensics on site immediately, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting evidence through his lens. And fetch me the records of the previous tenants. The message on the phone, stark in its simplicity, whispered forebodingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge with clammy palms, recounted the tale of the previous tenant's abrupt departure, leaving rent unpaid in her wake. A quiet young woman, kept to herself, disappeared about 6 months ago, he mumbled, avoiding meeting their eyes. No trouble, never caused a stir. Forensic analysis unveiled a grim truth hidden within the scratches on the walls, traces of blood, mostly belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant. Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent by her workplace when she vanished. Yet there were 2 other DNA samples discovered. One remained a mystery in the system, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convicted assailant who had met his end in a tragic accident according to official records, now left his mark fresh upon the closet walls. Emma's living quarters painted a poignant picture of a life-interrupted unopened mail, a forgotten mug in the sink, a neatly made bed. Her phone records revealed a sudden cessation of communication with her sister, replaced by a flurry of calls from an unidentified number in the days preceding her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Reed relayed. No name given, just descriptions of intensity and privacy. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure entering the building shortly after Emma, a man obscured by a baseball cap and evading the watchful gaze of cameras. The pieces of the puzzle began to align when fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the interior doorknob of the closet. He staged his demise, Shaw concluded, but why and what was his tie to Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led them down a path intertwined with another missing persons case. Lynette Porter vanished without a trace 3 years prior. A connection emerged as witnesses recalled a woman resembling Lynette frequenting Emma's abode. Tracing back through traffic cameras, a vehicle linked to Derek Mercer's kin was repeatedly sighted near Emma's residence, matching the stature and build of the elusive figure in the footage. The pursuit culminated in a remote estate owned by the Mercer family, where a grim discovery awaited them in the depths of a hidden basement. Lynette Porter, emaciated but alive, confined in conditions reminiscent of Emma's prison. "He forced me to witness," she murmured, her eyes vacant with trauma. "Said I needed to learn the fate of those who dared to flee." As evidence mounted journals chronicling Mercer's fixation on dominance, photographs of women resembling his victims, and damning video footage of Emma's harrowing ordeal. The manhunt intensified, spanning jurisdictions in pursuit of the elusive predator. Captured at a bus terminal with a new identity and a ticket to an unknown destination, Mercer's possessions revealed a sinister intent: a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping detailing Emma's vanishing act. During interrogation, his demeanor remained eerily composed. The message was her own doing, he asserted, referring to the cryptic text. She sought discovery, but not salvation. The trial laid bare the elaborate scheme concocted by Mercer to evade justice, employing the dental records of a vagrant to fabricate his demise. For years, he had roamed unchecked, preying on women who bore resemblance to his initial victim. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her existence reduced to desperate etchings on unyielding walls. The final message on the phone, a silent accusation from beyond the grave, bore witness to her final act of defiance against her oppressor. The jury swiftly rendered a verdict of guilt on all charges, condemning Mercer to a lifetime behind bars, devoid of reprieve. A faint smile played on his lips, a flicker of satisfaction that harbored a twisted logic known only to him. In a poignant moment during sentencing, Lynette Porter faced her tormentor and declared, "You caged us in darkness because that's where your soul resides, trapped in shadows. But as you wither in your cell, I shall bask in the light of freedom." The case reshaped investigative protocols for missing persons, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational dynamics and thorough searches of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the door from Emma's apartment as a somber memento, a reminder that the most harrowing crimes often bore no trace of bloodshed, but instead echoed the silent struggle of those fighting to endure. Story 27. The mysterious package arrived without warning, shrouded in secrecy. No return label, no tracking number, just a nondescript cardboard box, faintly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her, the name on it unfamiliar, yet the address was correct. Despite the logical voice in her mind urging her to disregard it, curiosity prevailed. With cautious fingers, Sarah Miller peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents within. But what she found inside was far from ordinary. Nestled within the box was a VHS tape, accompanied by a lone sticky note that simply read, "Watch alone." Sarah's heart quickened as she held the black plastic cassette, its weight feeling oddly burdensome in her hands as though it carried forbidden secrets. Her fingertips traced the worn edges, sensing the history embedded in its casing. The hastily scrawled note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke hinting at a hidden message. Outside, the suburban world continued its daily rhythm, oblivious to the enigma that had just entered Sarah's life. With a mixture of trepidation and fascination, she brought the package into her home, placing it on the kitchen counter. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her, a stranger in a sea of familiar faces. As doubts clouded her thoughts, Sarah's gaze drifted to the dusty VCR, a relic of bygone days. There was something about the tape that beckoned to her, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape into the machine. Static crackled on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus to reveal a dimly lit room. The camera angle was askew, adding an air of unease to the scene. A man sat in the shadows, his voice a steady murmur as he introduced himself as Daniel Whitaker. His words bore the weight of truth and desperation. "I didn't kill her," he confessed, his weary face coming into view. "But they will make you believe I did. They framed me, planted evidence to incriminate me. I need you to know the truth." Sarah's pulse quickened as she listened to Whitaker's tale of injustice and betrayal. The room around her faded into background noise, the distant barking of a dog, the laughter of children playing. She was consumed by the unfolding mystery, drawn deeper into a web of deception. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in the same web, each new tape from Whitaker adding layers of complexity to the case. As she delved into the dark corners of the investigation, a sinister truth began to emerge, a truth that threatened to shatter the facade of justice. The pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place as Sarah received a second package, this time filled with damning evidence against a powerful pharmaceutical company. The tapes, the documents all pointed to a conspiracy that reached the highest echelons of power. With determination and resilience, Sarah and Detective Ramirez followed Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs, uncovering the sinister machinations that had led to an innocent man being framed for murder. In a storage unit, they found the smoking gun, a journal detailing the elaborate scheme to destroy Whitaker's life. As justice prevailed and the guilty were held to account, Sarah and Whitaker stood face to face, the weight of their shared ordeal hanging heavy in the air. In that moment of quiet understanding, they realized the fragile line between truth and deception. The VHS tapes, now lodged in evidence, served as a tangible reminder of the unexpected paths justice can take. Sometimes the truth arrives in the most mysterious of packages, bearing names unknown, waiting for someone brave enough to unveil its secrets in the stillness of the night.